Chapter 9:16. What happened in the past is not important anymore. I don't care either. What is his background? What is his past? What's important is that Changa is very good to me now. That's enough for me. Jiang Chuchu was focused on boiling tea. Because of her faint smile, two faint dimples appeared on her fair and delicate cheeks. She rarely showed a smile in front of outsiders. Even Wang Zijin rarely saw her dimples. In the past, Jiang Chuchu gave people the impression that she was an unattainable and transcendent saintess. She was otherworldly, peerless, and untainted by the mortal world. For powerful cultivators, 100 years was just a blink of an eye. Jiang Chuchu had indeed changed a lot in these hundreds of years. Wang Zijin knew her very well. In the past, he had never seen Jiang Chuchu show such an expression. This was a kind of satisfaction and happiness. For her, this kind of life was also a kind of happiness. You're really a little fool who is content with what she has. If that guy Gu Changa even lied to you, then he's really not human. After coming back to her senses, Wang Zijin simply put her hands flat on the stone table. She buried her head in her hands, and her black hair fell down. She muttered in a low voice. However, her tone was very low and soft. In the quiet palace, there was only the sound of the steaming tea. Jiang Chuchu looked at her with some curiosity and asked, what were you saying just now? Nothing. Just boil your tea, Wang Zijin replied in low spirits. She didn't even bother to raise her eyes to look at her. Jiang Chuchu was very smart. In fact, she could guess some of it. When they were in the Immortal Academy, Wang Zijin had actually inquired about her relationship with Gu Changa many times. However, at that time, she didn't think too much about it. She just felt that Wang Zijin was curious about Gu Changa. Now that he thought about it, weren't those questions also a form of probing? Unknowingly, the palace had quieted down. The two women did not speak, each of them having their own thoughts. Wang Zijin looked at the steaming tea and felt inexplicably upset. Do you have wine? Why don't we just drink? She looked up and patted the table again. I can't hold my liquor, so I'm not drinking. Jiang Chuchu shook his head decisively. Wang Zijin sneered. Who are you kidding? I still remember the first time I drank wine. You were the one who had the guts to steal the mortal dust wine brewed by the third elder and had me drink it with you. That was the first time you did something rebellious. Really? I've already forgotten. Jiang Chuchu's face was a little red, but he still answered calmly and did not admit it. I don't care. I'm not in a good mood today. You have to drink with me. Wang Zijin was unhappy. He glared at her and took out a goblet of wine out of nowhere, opening it in front of Jiang Chuchu. A rich wine aroma filled the air, filling the palace with this kind of mellow aura. It was intoxicating. This wine was like pure immortal wine, sparkling and translucent. It was like a jadeite immortal jade. Although there was only one gu, it seemed to have gathered all the essence of heaven and earth. What wine is this? Jiang Chuchu was shocked. This is a wine that only immortal kings have the right to taste. Wang Zijin smiled. This was the immortal wine that she had asked the Moon Prince for using Gu Changa's name when she left the Moon Prince mansion. She clearly remembered that she had only taken a small sip and was drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. Her cultivation level improved a lot. When she asked the Moon Prince for it back then, the Moon Prince felt the pinch. Later on, Wang Zijin used Gu Changa's name, which was why the Moon Prince gritted his teeth and gave her this gu, a wine that only immortal kings can drink. Jiang Chuchu was curious, but more than that, he did not believe it. Wang Zijin smiled evilly and said, You'll know when you drink it. As an old friend, she knew Jiang Chuchu's alcohol tolerance. When he was drunk, he would often say some incantations. She could use this to get some information out of him. If Jiang Chuchu still did not compromise, then Wang Zijin could only take out the image recording stone that she had prepared beforehand. When the time came, she would put it in front of Gu Changa. She did not believe that Jiang Chuchu would not tell her everything honestly. When she thought of this, Wang Zijin showed a sly smile. She took out the voice transmission stone that she had asked Gu Changa for. She could use this to find him immediately. Come to Rinzu Hall. Her words were concise, and she did not give any other explanation. She also did not wait for Gu Changa to reply. Very quickly, the rich aroma of wine filled the hall. The void blurred and a ripple spread. Gu Changa stepped forward and appeared here. Did she call me here to clean up the mess? He looked at the scene in the hall. The wine fragrance filled the air. Wang Zijin and Jiang Chuchu had drunk a lot, and their eyes were hazy. One of them was lying on the stone table, while the other raised her snow-white neck and poured wine into her mouth, looking very heroic. If it was any other time, Gu Changa would find it pleasing to the eye. But now the person who was drunk was Wang Zijin, and the person who was drinking the wine was Jiang Chuchu. This gave him a slight headache. At this moment, in the Longevity Wang family's territory, an uninvited guest had arrived. Greetings, young master of the immortal regions, Wang family. In the grand hall, many patriarch-level figures of the Longevity Wang family appeared, and they were incomparably shocked. In addition, the higher-ups of the family, such as elders and elders, also appeared. The other direct descendants of the Wang family were outside the hall, looking inside, shocked and curious. A young man was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back. Beside him was a true immortal realm old man. This young man was dressed in a blue robe, and he looked quite refined and kind. There was a smile on his face, and he gave off a humble and polite feeling. His entire body was surrounded by immortal energy, and he was incomparably transcendent. Strands of brilliance flowed out spontaneously, as if he was a true immortal. As for the old man beside him, although he was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, and could not truly unleash the strength of an immortal, but in the current higher realm he was a peerless expert who could look down on all living beings and cultivators. The arrival of these two great figures in the Longevity Wang family was enough to alarm everyone. Several powerful figures appeared, coming to pay their respects, not daring to slight them in the slightest. Many of the clansmen were also excited, their eyes filled with excitement, because this was the young master of an immortal king family in the immortal region. Countless years ago, the ancestors of the Wang family led many clansmen and ascended to the immortal region, leaving behind a bloodline in the immortal region, which was the current Wang family of the immortal region. And according to the introduction of this young man who called himself the young master of the Wang family, the current immortal region was the current immortal region. Right now, the Wang clan of the immortal realms was a true everlasting power. They had two immortal king ancestors. In fact, before this, the young Miss Wang Zijin, who had returned to the higher realm from the immortal region, had also mentioned this matter, and the Wang family had some understanding of it. However, the two bloodlines had not seen each other for countless years. Although they were both Wang family, the bloodline had definitely thinned to an unknown extent. Therefore, the people of the Longevity Wang family did not think of going to the immortal region to acknowledge their ancestors. But today, this young man who called himself the young master of the Wang family appeared here and mentioned that he was from the immortal region's Wang family. How could this not make everyone in the Longevity Wang family not feel excited and excited? If they acknowledged their ancestors and merged the two bloodlines, the Wang family's strength would definitely soar qualitatively. An immortal family with two immortal king patriarchs overseeing it. In the current higher realm, other than divine nations, there were no immortal Tao figures on the surface. Everyone, there is no need to be overly courteous. The young man in the hall spoke, smiling slightly, indicating that there was no need to be so reserved. This was Ni Qin, who had occupied Wang Wushang's body. After leaving the immortal region, he had rushed to the Longevity Wang family without stopping. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed to the higher realms' laws of heaven and earth, and even found it difficult to sense the existence of his astral avatar. However, there were no immortal Tao figures in this higher realm who could break free from the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. He also had a true immortal realm elder by his side, so he was not very worried about his own safety. At this moment, he had come to the Longevity Wang family to meet with Wang Zijin and discuss some matters. Back in the boundless battlefield, if not for Wang Zijin saving him, he would not have become who he was today. In any case, there were some things that needed to be said face to face. In addition, when he was in the immortal region's Wang family, Anai Chun had learned many things about Wang Zijin. She was not a native of the immortal region, but had been brought up by the Wang family's immortal king patriarch from the higher realm. Such an ethereal and dazzling woman made his heart, which had been silent for a long time, throb uncontrollably. Anai Chun could not so easily give up. "Young Master Wang, may I ask why you have come to the higher realm?" The Wang family's patriarchs did not beat around the bush and asked directly. The rest of the family looked over, wanting to know Wang Wushang's purpose. In the crowd, Wang Zijin's younger brother, Wang Wushuang, also stared at the Wang family's young master. When Anai Chun heard this, he smiled faintly. "I came to this realm because I have a matter to discuss with cousin Zijin." After all, his current identity was Wang Zijin's cousin in name. Looking for Zijin? Everyone in the Wang family was stunned for a moment, then came to a realization. No wonder. Many of the family members looked as if they had already guessed this. No matter what, Wang Zijin had lived in the immortal region for hundreds of years. It was not surprising that she knew the Wang family's young master. The Wang family's patriarchs also looked at each other and cupped their hands. To be honest, young Master Wang, Zijin is not in the family now. After she returned to the higher realm from the immortal region, she stayed in the family for a while. But she left the Wang family later, and we don't know where she went. Not in the family. Anai Chan was a little stunned, and the smile on his face faded a lot. He frowned and asked, "Seniors, can you guess where cousin Zijin will go?" He did not want to waste too much time in the higher realm, although the Wang family's affairs in the immortal region had settled down for the time being. Some things still needed to be arranged and planned. The Wang family's patriarchs looked troubled. They did not know Wang Zijin very well. After they revived, Wang Zijin was already taken to the immortal region. This time, Wang Zijin returned to the higher realm and did not say much to them. Their relationship could only be said to be average. They were not even familiar with each other. "My sister might go to the human ancestors' hall." At this moment, it was Wang Zijin's younger brother, Wang Wushuang, who spoke. The young man from back then had become much calmer now. He felt that after his sister returned to the Wang family, apart from inquiring about the many things that had happened in the past few years, the most talked about was the human ancestors' hall. Back then, his sister had cultivated in the human ancestors' hall for more than 10 years, so it was understandable that she had deep feelings for it. Human ancestors' hall? What kind of faction is that? Anai Chen was still frowning. Before leaving the immortal region, he had inquired about the current factions in the higher realm. Apart from the divine nation that the demon lord had established in the higher realm, there were many factions that could not be underestimated. He had never heard of the other factions. Coincidentally, the human ancestors' hall was one of them. This is the orthodoxy that Zijin joined when she was young. It has a transcendent status in the higher realm, an elder of the Wang family respectfully replied. Although he did not know why Wang Wushang was looking for Wang Zijin, he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Hearing this, Anai Chin nodded. Without waiting for him to finish, he waved his hand and said, "In that case, I won't disturb you any more. I will personally go to this so-called human ancestors' hall to find cousin Zijin." At this point, he looked at Wang Wushuang, who had just answered, and asked, "Who are you to cousin Zijin?" He had just heard Wang Wushuang call Wang Zijin's sister. "Wang Zijin is my sister," Wang Wushuang replied, his attitude rather respectful. After all, he was the successor of a celestial king family from the immortal region. His identity and status were worlds apart from theirs. That's good. Then you will lead the way for me. And Ai Chun nodded slightly, not giving Wang Wuxuang a chance to refuse. Although he was Wang Zijin's younger brother, he was still someone from the higher realm. This was not worth too much of his attention. At this moment, the expressions of the Wang family members, including Wang Wuxuang, changed slightly. The human ancestors' hall had never allowed males to enter. Even in the surrounding territories, there was such a rule. Moreover, the human ancestors' hall was inextricably linked to the current ruler of the higher realm and the immortal region, Guchanga. However, when the ancestor wanted to explain this matter, Wang Wuxiang waved his hand and interrupted him. They were also somewhat helpless. Then, a golden path of light spread out from the Wang family territory. The sound of Tao reverberated, shaking the heavens, and the universe all around them rumbled. Many cultivators and living beings in the surrounding star regions noticed this scene and were extremely shocked. On this golden path of light, Ai Chun stood tall. Immortal light seemed to flow around him, making him appear extremely transcendent. The perfected immortal elder beside him was silent. He was very cold and indifferent. He looked at everyone as if they were ants. In the current higher realm, although there were many who had attained the Tao and powerhouses from various clans had done so one after another, those who had attained the immortal Tao were still extremely rare. The only shortcut was to hand over one's fate soul through the divine nation's immortal bestowment roll and immediately ascend to immortality. However, as the immortal region and the higher realm bordered each other, the world's environment changed drastically. Much fewer cultivators chose this path. Apart from the divine nation, no other faction had heard of an immortal Tao figure appearing. At this moment, this golden path of light illuminated the starry sky and swept across the longevity Wang family's territory, attracting the attention of various factions. That's Wang Wuxuang of the Wang family, but who is that young man beside him? An unfamiliar face? Could he be a big shot from the lower realm of the immortal region? That old man beside him must be someone whose cultivation surpasses that of an immortal Tao. The surrounding laws are all distorted. He has a perfected immortal old servant following him. What is this young man's background? Many cultivators exclaimed in shock and astonishment. Although during this period of time there were indeed many cases of creatures from the immortal region descending to the lower realm, they all came here to temper themselves with the younger generation. Moreover, they were all very low-key, doing their best to hide from others. Something like today, using golden light as a path and shaking the universe all around, was extremely rare. This made many cultivators discuss spiritedly, beginning to guess the identity of that unfamiliar young man. Chapter 9:17. Now that the upper realm was connected to the immortal domain, many geniuses from the immortal domain would come to the lower realm to hone their skills. During this period of time, this was a common occurrence and was not considered rare. However, this was the first time many cultivators noticed that a young man from the immortal domain would come in such a high-profile manner. It was as if he wanted the entire upper realm to know. Moreover, he had an old servant who was suspected to be a perfected immortal. One could imagine that he had a shocking background in the immortal domain. Even so, most of the cultivators and living beings were still surprised and curious about what was going on. They were not worried that this young man from the immortal domain would dare to act presumptuously in the upper realm, not to mention that he had a perfected immortal with him. Even the legendary immortal kings did not dare to violate the rules of the two realms. Sir, after passing through this star region, you will reach the territory of the human ancestors' hall. With my status, it is not appropriate for me to go there, so I will not go. The golden path to the heavens extended from the Wang family's territory. It passed through several star regions and finally stopped in a vast star region with life. However, when they reached here, Wang Wuxuang, who was leading the way, cupped his hands slightly and took the initiative to speak. He chose to stay here and not go further. Enai Chen stood on the golden path with his hands behind his back. He glanced at him and frowned slightly displeased. However, he did not want to vent his anger on such a small matter, so he nodded and said, "Fine. In that case, you can stay here." Since the human ancestors' hall was in front of them, it did not matter whether Wang Wushuang led the way or not. Enai Chen had only come to the upper realm to find Wang Zijin. He had no other purpose. Yes. Wang Wushuang lowered his head and looked deeply at Wang Wushuang before he jumped off the golden path. He did not know what kind of status Wang Wushuang had in the immortal domain. However, the human ancestors' hall in front of them had a very special status in the upper realm. Almost everyone knew that the human ancestors' hall's saintess, Jiang Chuchu, was Gu Changa's legal wife. Furthermore, the human ancestors' hall had always had a rule that forbade any males from approaching the surrounding territories. Therefore, in the eyes of many orthodoxies in the upper realm, the human ancestors' hall was no different from a forbidden zone. This was especially true for male cultivators. They didn't dare to approach her in the slightest for fear of causing misunderstandings. Back in the Longevity Wang family, the old ancestor had tried to explain the transcendent status of the human ancestor palace. However, Wang Wushang didn't care and waved his hand to interrupt him. "You're the one who asked for it." Wang Wushuang gently shook his head as he watched the golden path spread into the distance. This Wang Wushang said that he was looking for his sister, but his sister didn't receive the slightest news. If it weren't for that, he would not have left the Longevity Wang family. From this, it was obvious that his elder sister didn't have a good relationship with this Wang Wushang. So what if he was the young master of an immortal king clan in the immortal realms? After coming to the upper realm, he still had to keep a low profile. This was not a place where he could show off. Soon, the golden light spread all the way and landed outside the human ancestor palace's territory. A majestic scene could be seen in front of him. The mountain range was verdant, and pavilions were faintly discernible. The unfallen divine city hung high in the sky like a brilliant sun, its brilliance shining in all directions. Countless strands of the power of providence and faith surged in from various starfields, rising and falling like a wave. What an astonishing power of faith! Enai Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise when he saw all this. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they could experience such changes. The entire world seemed to be bathed in the silver power of faith. If one used this power to cultivate, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, just as he was about to continue walking and enter, a group of women appeared. Around the mountain range, the figures of several women appeared and looked at him coldly. "Halt, intruder!" These women held thin swords and didn't have high cultivation bases. In Enai Chen's eyes, they were no different from ants. However, they dared to appear here and stop him. Could it be that they couldn't see his cultivation base and the old man beside him? However, in the unfamiliar upper realm, Enai Chen was rather tolerant and didn't intend to start a conflict. "I came here from the immortal region to look for Miss Zijin." He cupped his hands slightly, his attitude gentle. No outsiders are allowed to set foot in the vicinity of the human ancestor palace. Please return. However, upon hearing those words, those women merely frowned and continued to block Chu Feng's path. In the past, if they heard that someone came from the immortal region, they would have been stunned. However, the current upper realm was no longer the same as before. The human ancestor palace was even more so. One should know that the human ancestor palace was backed by the divine nation and could be said to be Jiang Chuchu's maiden home. Its status was so high that all the orthodoxies in the upper realm respected it. When the disciples of the human ancestor palace went out, they were also popular, and no one dared to disrespect them. Although the young man in front of them claimed to be from the immortal region and said Wang Zijin's name, there was an old man with an unfathomable cultivation base following him, who seemed to be an old servant. But so what? Since they were in the human ancestor palace, they had to abide by the rules. I came from the immortal region, and I am actually Miss Zijin's cousin. Enai Chun frowned slightly, and the gentle expression on his face was much more restrained. He did not expect these women to still stop him. They really did not know what was good for them. In the human ancestor palace, no matter who you are, you have to abide by the rules. I hope that you will not make things difficult for us, sir. Even if Saintess Zijin's father comes, he has to abide by the rules and wait outside. Sir, if you really want to see Saintess Zijin, you can wait here. If Saintess Zijin leaves the human ancestor palace, we will come here to inform you. Sir, you can contact Saintess Zijin yourself. If she wants to see you, she will definitely come out to see you. When they heard this, the women's expressions did not change at all, and they continued to ask Enai Chun to wait here. Wait here all this time? Enai Chun frowned deeply. His time was precious. This time, he came to the upper realm from the immortal region after careful consideration. Now he was told that he was going to continue wasting his time here? Can't the few of you help me inform Miss Zijin? At that moment, he said in a low voice, already showing some displeasure. However, the women still shook their heads. Their duty was to patrol. The human ancestor palace had never had a rule of reporting. If there was something that needed to be done with Saintess Zijin, there would definitely be a way to contact her. There was no need for disciples like them to report. Enai Chen's expression finally darkened. He did not want to cause trouble in the upper realm, but these women from the human ancestor palace did not know what was good for them, and insisted on stopping him here. They did not even care about his identity at all. Although he did not care about that, his body was still the successor of a celestial king family in the immortal region. Even in the immortal region, it was a top-notch status, which cultivator or living being would not be respectful when they saw it. In the end, in the upper realm, they kept running into obstacles one after another. Then, I have no choice but to apologize to you all. Then, Enai Chun took a deep breath, and his expression became calm. Then, before the women could react, he made his move. A purple halo suddenly appeared in his originally deep eyes. It spread out like ripples and directly enveloped the women. In the next moment, they seemed to have lost their minds, and their eyes became dull. Then, Enai Chun walked past them expressionlessly, and the perfected immortal elder followed beside him. The void around them became blurry. In an instant, the two of them seemed to have escaped into nothingness. In a place like the upper realm, the strength of a perfected immortal would be suppressed and restricted. However, it was still easy to sneak into an orthodoxy without anyone noticing. Unless it was an enlightened immortal with a very powerful divine sense, they would not be discovered. At the same time, in the main hall, the fragrance of wine filled the air, and immortal fog drifted around. It was like an immortal palace. If the two drunk women were ignored, it would be quite transcendent at this moment. Gu Changa looked at Jiang Chu-Chu, who was drinking wine with his head tilted up and even rolled up his sleeves, looking very heroic. It was really a headache. In the past, Jiang Chu-Chu had always given him the image of a cold and aloof person, but in fact, she was delicate and naive. He completely did not expect her to show such a side after drinking wine. Can wine really make people reveal their true colors? Gu Changa smiled and reached out to take the wine in her hand. In the end, Jiang Chu-Chu was like an octopus, almost sticking to him. Her head kept rubbing against his chest, and the delicate fragrance and wine directly rushed into Gu Changa's nose. "Husband, give the wine back to me," she muttered, and her mouth, which smelled of wine, kept rubbing against Gu Changa's neck. "You're drunk, Chu-Chu." Gu Changa was slightly helpless and rubbed her head. This was the immortal king wine. Although Jiang Chu-Chu had extraordinary talent, drinking too much might not be a good thing. Thinking of this, he glanced at Wang Zijin, who was still lying on the stone table, seemingly drunk. She was the one who took out the wine. Then she let him come to the Rinzu Hall. Wasn't this to let him see the scene of Jiang Chuchu getting drunk? If Jiang Chuchu woke up and knew all this, wouldn't she fight Wang Zijin to the death? This fake sisterly relationship was really gone just like that. Husband, give me! I still want to drink. Jiang Chuchu was indeed drunk at this moment. Although she knew the person in front of her was Gu Chang'e, she was not sure if this was a dream. Her whole body was dizzy, and she only wanted to snatch the wine back from him. Although Gu Chang'e still doted on her, he naturally would not let her drink at this moment. So with a flick of his sleeve, the wine disappeared into thin air. Where's the wine? Jiang Chuchu stared blankly at his empty palm for a while. She didn't even have the time to react, but her sobriety only lasted for a moment. The next moment, her consciousness was muddled, and her eyelids could not hold it anymore. She laid weakly in Gu Chang'e's arms. Have a good sleep. Gu Chang'e's figure flashed and brought her into the bedroom of the Runzu Hall to rest. He had stayed here for a long time, so he was familiar with the place. And when he returned to the hall, Wang Zijin was already looking at him with a smile on her face. She did not look drunk at all. Is this how you tricked Chuchu? Gu Chang'e was not surprised at all and sat down beside her. Back at the Moon Prince Mansion in the Immortal Region, Wang Zijin had drunk this Immortal King wine, so she naturally knew how terrifying its alcohol content was. So she was so smart, there was no way she would get drunk at this time. At most, she would pretend to be drunk and fool Jiang Chuchu. Wang Zijin smiled. How can this be called tricking her? This is the Immortal King wine I specially brought back from the Immortal Region. Even I can't bear to drink it. But this time, she drank a small portion of my goo. My heart aches. After she wakes up, she might have broken through. As her husband, shouldn't you compensate me? Saying so, she stretched out her jade-like hand and waved it in front of Gu Chang'e, indicating that he should return the remaining Gu Immortal King wine to her. Gu Chang'e pretended not to understand the meaning of her actions. She shook her head and said, You know that she will say some nonsense after drinking. You feel sorry for her? Wang Zijin curled her lips, as if she was very disdainful of him. She said, Before you came, Chuchu revealed many things to me. Lord Demon Lord, you really gave me a huge shock to think that you actually tricked Chuchu like this? Gu Chang'e didn't blush at all about this past. She still said with a calm expression, It's too much to cheat. Chuchu and I love each other. It's not as bad as you say. From the moment I met you until now, I have always admired your shamelessness. Hearing this, Wang Zijin immediately showed a sincere expression of admiration. In front of Gu Chang'e, she did not hesitate to shoot her mouth off and was not afraid at all. You asked me to come to Runzu Hall, not just to let me see Chuchu's drunken state, right? Gu Chang'e smiled. Of course. Wang Zijin frowned when she mentioned this. She stretched out her hand. Return it to me. I will return it to you. Do you think I will really steal this bit of wine from you? Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, returning the wine Gu to her. He would not steal this half Gu Immortal King wine from her. I am in a bad mood. I want to drink with you. After Wang Zijin took back the wine Gu, she poured a cup for Gu Chang'e. Then she poured another cup for herself. Are you sure you want to drink with me? Or drink this wine? Gu Chang'e's lips curled into an ambiguous smile. Wang Zijin stared at him. Why do you care? I think you are just trying to scare me with this wine, right? Gu Chang'e was still smiling. Wang Zijin was exposed by him. She gritted her teeth, feeling extremely angry and embarrassed. Who are you calling a scaredy cat? She was flustered and exasperated. She wanted to get up and bite Gu Chang'e. Then she felt her head being pressed down by Gu Chang'e. He moved closer with a smile. Chapter 918. Wang Zijin's eyes widened. Her mind was completely blank at this moment, as if her thoughts were frozen. She originally thought that she would be the one to do such a thing under the influence of alcohol. However, she did not expect that Gu Chang'e would be more proactive than her. He was still strong and did not give her any room to resist or refuse. Alcohol was not intoxicating, but people were intoxicated. Although she had not drunk, Wang Zijin still felt that she was drunk. Her head was dizzy and her body went soft. Gu Changa looks at this woman, who is usually bold and unscrupulous and blabbermouth. However, at this moment, her eyes were tightly closed, and her eyelashes could not stop trembling. She was like a shy deer. She had no place to put her hands, so she could only grab his arms. She was obviously very nervous, but she did not make a sound. It seems that you really want a drink to boost your courage. He smiled softly in his heart. Don't laugh at me. Wang Zijin did not know where she got the strength, but she suddenly broke free. She seemed to know what Gu Changa was thinking. She glared at him fiercely, then grabbed Gu Changa's arms with both hands. She hugged his head and took the initiative to bite him. The territory of the human ancestor hall was not considered large in the entire upper realm. However, because of its superior status, there were few people in the territory. Apart from the disciples of the human ancestor hall who were patrolling, there were no other living beings or cultivators. Anai Chun brought the perfected immortal old man and walked through the void, passing through many halls and pavilions. He finally saw a majestic palace hanging high in the depths. White jade was the pillars and glass was the roof tiles. It seemed to be able to reflect the brilliance of the heavens. It was unusually sacred. On the plaque of this palace, 3 ancient words, Human Ancestor Hall, were shining brightly, with thousands of mysterious lights flowing. Looks like this is the Human Ancestor Hall. Miss Zijin should be inside. And Aichin came here. Although there were many restrictions and formation patterns around, they could not stop his footsteps. White fog was hazy and multicolored light rose. This place was sacred and majestic, as if there was really a human ancestor god standing here, overlooking thousands of realms. Countless strands of silver power of faith converged from all over the world and finally intertwined in front of him. Even an ordinary person would be able to feel that kind of vast energy fluctuation, enough to drown a person. Why do I feel like something is wrong with 983? And I Chun frowned slightly. There were no disciples standing guard in front of the Human Ancestor Hall. It was exceptionally quiet. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a little abrupt for Miss Zijin? And I Chun hesitated. Towards this wondrous woman who was bright and dazzling like a comet, he liked and was moved from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time to descend from the immortal domain. However, after arriving here, he was a little hesitant. He was worried that if it was too sudden, it would annoy Wang Zijin. Inside the hall, the scenery was bright and enchanting. Around the bed, white curtains and ribbons danced in the wind. Immortal mist was hazy, and it was difficult to conceal the beauty of the scene. At this moment, as if he had noticed something, Gu Changa's eyes flashed with a strange light. He suddenly laughed softly. It seems that the person outside the hall is looking for you. Who is it? Wang Zijin couldn't sense it at all. She didn't have Gu Changa's strength, so she didn't know that someone was coming to the Human Ancestor Hall. A guy from the immortal domain. Gu Changa just smiled softly and didn't take it to heart. Ignore him. Wang Zijin searched her memories in her mind. She didn't know if she had any friends in the immortal domain who would come to the Human Ancestor Hall to look for her. She didn't intend to take a look at all. She threw it to the back of her mind and didn't want to care too much. Gu Changa smiled, but there was still a strange light in his eyes. Then he quietly looked in the direction of the outside of the hall. In the next moment, invisible ripples spread out like a misty fog, enveloping the entire Human Ancestor Hall. Although he didn't care who the person outside the hall was, Gu Changa still didn't want anyone to disturb them. Inside the hall, it was warm like the sun was shining, full of vitality. Outside the hall, Anai Chen inexplicably felt a chill all over his body, as if a terrifying existence was suddenly staring at him. At this moment, he couldn't help but shiver, and his hands and feet were cold. What just happened? Anai Chen's expression changed, and he was a little surprised. In front of him, the human ancestor hall, which was still a little mysterious, suddenly seemed to have changed a million times. It was as if he was in a foggy area. Apart from the fog around him, he couldn't see anything. In the vast wilderness, only he was left standing here alone. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Even the perfected immortal clone that he had refined a long time ago had disappeared. Where was the human ancestor hall in front of him? Even heaven and earth had completely disappeared. It was a vast expanse of emptiness, endless and boundless. I actually can't sense any aura or fluctuations. Even my perfected immortal clone seems to have disappeared. I can't sense its existence. Anai Chen's expression was uncertain. He knew that he had fallen into some kind of maze or formation pattern. He immediately thought of the human ancestor hall that he had planned to walk to just now. Perhaps there was some kind of restriction in front of the human ancestor hall that could make people lose themselves and unable to walk out. Such a method made Anai Chen rather wary. However, he was not an ordinary person. After sensing that something was wrong, he quickly calmed himself down and began to think of a way to break out. The predecessor of the human ancestor hall was indeed extraordinary. He could set up such a formation pattern restriction in a place like the upper realm. Anai Chen tried to summon the heroic spirits of his ancestors. However, they all failed. They seemed to have disappeared from this place along with his true immortal clone, completely cut off from him. It should be a maze. There's no danger. As long as I find a way to break it or find the location of the formation core, I can leave this place. Anai Chen was the young master of the Ming Anai clan after all. He didn't panic because of the situation in front of him. After he calmed down, he quickly thought of a way. Although the space before them appeared to be vast and boundless, there was no substantial danger. Therefore, it might just waste a lot of his time. However, when Anai Chen took a step forward, the expression on his face suddenly changed, and he was somewhat in disbelief. How is this possible? He stared at his surroundings. The space was actually changing with his footsteps. In other words, he had just taken a step forward, and the mysterious space in front of him had changed so much because of the direction he took. In the next moment, Anai Chen, who refused to believe it, took a few more steps backward. The space in front of him also fluctuated because of his actions. The distance that the fog spread was just the distance that he retreated from. After that, Anai Chen tried several more times in other directions, and the results were just as he had expected. Is he planning to imprison me in one place forever? Anai Chen finally reacted, and his expression was extremely ugly. This was not a maze formation. It was just that an expert had made a move to imprison him in one place, no matter where he went or how far he walked. In the next moment, he would return to the starting point and be trapped in this place forever. Is this to imprison me in one point and not let me get close to the human ancestor hall? Anai Chen's expression became gloomy. He knew that there must be an expert in the human ancestor hall, so he took this opportunity to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert hidden in the upper realm. Therefore, after Anai Chen understood the other party's intention, he simply stopped struggling and chose to sit cross-legged where he was. When he first came to the upper realm, he had underestimated this place because of its desolation. Now he had suffered such a big loss in the human ancestor hall, which really made Anai Chen sullen. Forget it. Since an expert has made a move, there's no point in me resisting. Then Anai Chen sat there cross-legged and calmed his mind completely. He planned to wait here. He did not believe that the expert would keep him trapped here forever. However, during this process, he gradually felt that something was wrong. He frowned and looked surprised. The speed of time passing in this place seemed to be different from the speed of the outside world. Does this also involve the domain of time? Not only did he trap me in one point, but he also intends to let me experience old age and die here? Anai Chen's expression was ugly. He really did not expect that the speed of time passing in this place was more than 100 times faster than the outside world. He could clearly see that his palm was becoming dry and wrinkled, and there were black spots in some places. Although it was only a very small domain of time, the laws it touched were profound and unfathomable. Even those immortal kings with exceedingly high cultivation bases would find it difficult to achieve this level. One had to know that Anai Chun himself was not an ordinary person. Although his cultivation base had not reached the true immortal realm, his strength could fight against true immortals. He even had the strength to fight against a quasi-immortal king. Could it be that there is an existence beyond the immortal king hidden in this human ancestor hall? The uneasiness in Anai Chen's heart grew stronger and stronger. He planned to break this domain with absolute strength. Boom! His eyes became deep, and a rich purple light appeared like a sea of lightning. He clenched his fist and punched toward this space. At this moment, a blurry phantom of a giant appeared behind Anai Chen. As he clenched his fist, he suddenly smashed into the sky. Endless lightning spread. This place seemed to have experienced a great earthquake. Heaven and earth shook, overturning everything and continuously striking down. However, no matter what Anai Chen did, this place didn't change at all, let alone show signs of collapsing. His eyes were bloodshot, full of unwillingness. He shouted angrily, "I wonder which expert is here. Please show yourself." However, no matter how Anai Chen called out, the surroundings were silent. No one answered. It was like a small stone smashed into the deep sea. Not even a ripple was stirred up. Inside the hall, the clouds dispersed and the rain cleared. Wang Zijin leaned in Gu Changa's arms, reaching out and drawing small circles. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, looking lazy, as if she was too lazy to move. "You are really too much," she couldn't help but mutter. Gu Changa shook his head and said with a smile, "Is that so? I don't know who was the one who gave in half-heartedly. I was just going with the flow." Wang Zijin turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to him. However, she looked at the overturned stone table and stone stool, and the somewhat messy bed. She sighed imperceptibly, then rubbed her hair in distress. She had only planned to drink. Who knew that it would become like this? If Jiang Chu woke up, how would she explain it to her? Tell her that she took advantage of her when she was drunk? And then what? "I found you. Why don't you feel guilty at all? Why are you such a jerk?" Looking at the leisurely Gu Changa, Wang Zijin was angry and opened her mouth to bite him again. "What do I have to feel guilty about? Didn't you ask me to come to the human ancestor hall and ask me to drink?" Gu Changa shook his head gently and sighed, as if he didn't understand her. Wang Zijin was really angry. She found that he always liked to take advantage of her. "Okay, I got it. Hurry up and get up. There's nothing for you to do." She waved her hand and pushed Gu Changa away in disdain. Then she said generously, "Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you." Her tone was as if she was treating Gu Changa as a tool. However, Gu Changa understood what she meant. He just smiled and didn't say anything. He slowly put on his clothes. "Outside the hall, is there a guy waiting for you? Who is it? You were wondering why I couldn't sense it before." Speaking of this, Wang Zijin felt annoyed. Who would come to see her at this time and disturb her? Fortunately, Gu Changa seemed to have acted and stopped him outside the hall. Hiss! However, when she got up, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Then she glared fiercely at Gu Changa. At this moment, in the open space not far from the human ancestor hall, a figure who already looked a little old was sitting there cross-legged. His whole body exuded a strong sense of lethargy, as if he had one foot in the grave and had reached the end of his life. When Wang Zijin and Gu Changa arrived outside the hall, this figure was still roaring. His eyes were wide open and filled with blood vessels. It was unknown what he saw. "This is Wang Wushang." Wang Zijin carefully judged this person's appearance and finally recognized him. She was very surprised. How did he become so old and frail? However, when she saw Gu Changa's indifferent and casual expression, she understood that it must be because he acted. At this moment, when he heard Wang Zijin's words, Anai Chin, who was sitting cross-legged in the open space, was shocked. All the scenes in front of him disappeared. He finally saw the many scenes in front of the Human Ancestor Hall. Chapter 919. Two figures were standing side by side in front of him like a pair of immortals. The young man was wearing a green silk robe. His gaze was casual, his facial features were handsome, and his figure was tall and slender. The woman beside him was wearing a light blue dress. Her hair was loose, and there seemed to be some charm on her face. She was looking at him with a surprised expression. It was Wang Zijin and Gu Changa. What? Anai Chen's eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he was in the immortal region, he had seen Gu Changa's true appearance from the memory of the perfected immortal realm elder who was possessed. Therefore, he recognized the young figure in front of him as Gu Changa. But why would Gu Changa appear in the upper realm? Wasn't he always in the heavenly court of the immortal region? At this moment, Anai Chen even suspected that he was still trapped in those illusions and hadn't come out. Otherwise, how could he see these scenes? Wang Zijin was with Gu Changa? From the charm on her face, it wasn't difficult to guess what had happened between them. At this moment, Anai Chen felt like there was a boom in his head, as if there was an endless buzzing sound. He looked at it again. He wanted to see if what he saw was real or fake. But whether it was Wang Zijin or Gu Changa, they were both real. Especially Gu Changa, whose interested gaze seemed to see through all his secrets, as if he was a pitiful little bug. This made Anai Chen grit his teeth. He knew that the person who trapped him here was Gu Changa. Besides him, there were probably not many people in the immortal region and the upper realm who had such means. Anai Chen was angry, sullen, and unwilling. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. He saw the woman he loved snuggling with another man. Even just now, the two of them were making love in the Human Ancestor Hall. In the end, he was trapped outside the hall by Gu Changa and experienced many illusions. His life was quickly draining away, and he was showing signs of old age. The inside and outside of the palace were only a few feet apart, but it was as if they were two different worlds. Wang Wushang, why are you here? At this moment, Wang Zijin tucked her hair behind her ear and said in a surprised voice. She saw that Wang Wushang's expression seemed a little strange, so she asked again, when they were in the immortal region. To be honest, she didn't have a good impression of this cheap cousin of hers. The other party treated her like a commodity. In order to ally with the Luo Manor, they did not hesitate to propose a marriage between her and Luo Xian of the Luo Manor. It was just that he was living under someone else's roof, and the other party's identity was that of the successor of the immortal King Manor. Wang Zijin could only complain secretly. He didn't want to meet Wang Wushang on a normal day. Therefore, the fact that Wang Wushang had come to the upper realm to look for her and even personally come to the Human Ancestors Hall had truly surprised her. Wang Wushang. Is this the future successor of the immortal region's Wang family? At this moment, Gu Changa also smiled faintly and reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind Wang Zijin's ear. Wang Zijin glared at him and signaled him to stop fooling around. Was he deliberately doing this in front of others to show off to Wang Wushang? She didn't believe that Gu Changa had such a gentle side. When Anai Chen heard this, he also came back to his senses. He was now using Wang Wushang's identity and walking outside with Wang Wushang's physical body, not Anai Chen. Therefore, it was normal that Wang Zijin couldn't recognize him. However, Gu Changa was here, which made Anai Chen feel fear and hatred. He didn't know if Gu Changa had seen through his identity. Although the dark Defiant clan's talent was terrifying, the person in front of him was a man who made the entire heavens tremble in fear. Especially just now, when Gu Changa had attacked and trapped him here, depriving him of a large amount of his lifespan, making him look old. Fortunately, his essence and foundation weren't damaged. As long as he returned to the immortal region, he would be able to quickly recover. I came to the upper realms because I wanted to discuss something with cousin Zijin. When he thought of this, An-I-chan returned to normal and said with a gentle expression. Wang Zijin looked at him in confusion. What is it? Did you come from the immortal region to talk about it? This matter is a little complicated. An-I-chan's expression did indeed become complicated. If Gu Chang'e wasn't by his side, he would have revealed his true identity and told Wang Zijin why he had come. In the next 100 years, the entire True Mountain and Sea world would face a terrifying calamity. Due to the disappearance of the True Spirit, the entire True Mountain and Sea world was exposed to the vast ocean. It had already been noticed by the hunters, and they were about to descend. At that time, all the living beings and existences in the True Mountain and Sea world would become sacrifices for the hunters. All the universes would be sacrificed, and they would become the source of energy for the True World prize to descend. Therefore, the only way was for him to successfully possess the True Mountain and Sea world within 100 years and become its new True Spirit. Only then would he be able to protect the other living beings. At that time, he would truly become the master of the True Mountain and Sea world. However, he couldn't tell Wang Zijin about this right now. He couldn't reveal anything. Are you trying to keep me in suspense? Wang Zijin was a little dissatisfied with Wang Wushang's riddles. Besides, her relationship with Wang Wushang wasn't that close. His expression made it seem as if the two of them were very familiar with each other. It made Wang Zijin feel a little uncomfortable, especially when Gu Chang'e was still by his side. If he thought too much, wouldn't he have to spend a lot of effort to explain? Forget it. It's not a big deal. I'm already very satisfied to be able to see cousin Zijin today. There are some things that I'll tell you in detail when you return to the immortal region. I won't disturb you and this lord any longer. An-I-chan didn't want to continue staying here in case he revealed any flaws. Once he smiled confidently, he was about to cup his fist and leave. In truth, he regretted his actions today. If he had known that Gu Chang'e would be in the higher realm, he wouldn't have come, especially when he discovered the relationship between Wang Zijin and Gu Chang'e. This made An-I-chan feel even more aggrieved, indignant, and angry. It was as if a supreme treasure that he treasured had been snatched away from him. He even wondered if Gu Chang'e had forced Wang Zijin to stay after she left the Wang mansion and went to the Moon Prince mansion to participate in the banquet. Too many things had happened during that period of time. His heart felt as if it was dripping blood. Gu Chang'e watched An-I-chan leave with interest, but he didn't say anything to stop him. Wang Zijin saw that he kept staring at Wang Wushang. She thought that he was overthinking because of what happened just now and had misunderstood the relationship between Wang Wushang. When they were in the immortal region, she didn't see that Wang Wushang was interested in her. Instead, he was trying to matchmake her and Luo Xian. Why would he say something like that out of the blue today? I don't know why he suddenly said that. Wang Zijin explained. Wang Zijin explained. I wasn't even close to him before. Since you weren't familiar with him, why did you explain? Guilty. Gu Chang'e glanced at her. He was a little surprised. Who was this Wang Wushang? Although ordinary people couldn't tell, he could feel that there was another aura in the depths of this guy's origin spirit. Therefore, Gu Chang'e saw that there was a palm-sized blood-red coffin in the depths of his origin spirit. However, it was hidden very deeply. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to detect it. Only someone like Gu Chang'e could see the abnormality with a single glance. Such a method was not common. Wang Zijin choked. Yes, why did she have to explain? Am I not angry because I misunderstood you? After all, who knew that he would come to the human ancestors' hall like a lunatic? He said some strange things. She still muttered. Why should I be angry? He is indeed a strange guy. Gu Chang'e smiled and stopped teasing her. As for what secrets Wang Wushang was hiding, Gu Chang'e didn't care. as long as it didn't interfere with his plan. He didn't care what kind of identity Wang Wushang had. Wang Zijin didn't think too much about it. She just felt that Wang Wushang was very strange today. After that, Gu Chang'e planned to leave the upper realm. During this period of time, the Moon Monarch had sent news about the land of reincarnation. After drinking the immortal wine, Chu Chu will probably sleep for 10 days to half a month before waking up. "You're leaving just like that!" Oh, Wang Zijin sensed his intentions, but she glanced at him and said with a displeased expression. Gu Chang'e came from the immortal realm and didn't say more than a few words to Jiang Chuchu. Was he planning to leave just like that? To her, no matter what Gu Chang'e did or said, there was a strong smell of scum. He didn't care about Jiang Chuchu, who was officially married. Also, didn't he see that she wasn't feeling well? Didn't he know to stay and care for her? As the saying went, he was heartless when he pulled out. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin was so angry that she wanted to hit herself. How did she fall for such a guy? First, he wasn't considerate. Second, he wasn't gentle and considerate. Instead, he often ignored them, as if it was the same with or without him. Sure, I don't lack this little bit of time. Gu Chang'e didn't expect her resentment to be so great. She was just short of writing the word scum on her face. Wang Zijin was indeed different from other women. She didn't care about his identity. She cared more about her own feelings. She was direct and didn't beat around the bush. Gu Chang'e was indeed very comfortable when he was with her. Wang Zijin didn't expect him to really agree. She still wanted to say something, but she couldn't help but swallow her words. Forget it. I know you have a lot of things to do. Indeed, I can't waste time on these things. However, she still waved her hand and turned to limp into the human ancestors' hall. Zero Gu Chang'e shook his head helplessly. He walked over and picked her up. For this big show he had planned for eternity. He didn't lack this little bit of time. Immortal Realm, Moon Monarch's residence. The Moon Monarch was wearing a white veil. Her beautiful hair was tied up high. She was frowning as she listened to her subordinate's report. Bai Chuan, the quasi-immortal king, was also here. He was the one who was investigating the land of reincarnation. A dark tide surged from the vast battlefield. Some corroded living beings rushed out. In the dark tide, someone saw a full moon hanging high in the sky. Some living souls floated over and seemed to have landed on that full moon. Bai Chuan was wearing battle armor. He lowered his head and said respectfully, although he admired the Moon Monarch, he also knew that in the current environment of the immortal realm, these feelings had to be put aside. Previously, when Gu Chang'e was temporarily staying in the Moon Monarch's residence, he was very worried that the Moon Monarch would be sullied and humiliated. In the end, he realized that he was worrying too much. He was slightly relieved. However, although the Moon Monarch knew his feelings, she never cared. A dark tide. I remember that the last dark tide was tens of millions of years ago. It was outside the vast battlefield. It was suspected that immortal kings were fighting. That was why it swept over there. Could it be that an immortal king is returning this time? Or is there another reason? The Moon Monarch frowned. Although the dark tide was terrifying and could easily cause some ancient realms to fall into darkness and be destroyed, it could not sweep over the immortal realm. That was because there were high embankments outside the vast battlefield that resisted the waves and impact from the vast ocean. I don't know about that. The vast battlefield has not been peaceful recently. Bai Chuan replied respectfully. I understand. The Moon Monarch nodded. Then she pondered and said, the vast battlefield was previously controlled by those clans in the central immortal realm. They once picked up many good things from the embankment. It said that the Luo monarch has a damaged ancient scripture that drifted over from an unknown ancient realm. Now that the immortal realm had united, the vast battlefield was still guarded by a few immortal king clans. This was to prevent beings from other ancient realms from the vast ocean from disembarking and trekking over, catching the immortal realm off guard. Apart from the vast ocean, it was extremely difficult to forcefully break through the immortal realm's barrier from other regions. One needed to be extremely powerful. All of you are dismissed. Send more people to keep an eye on the vast ocean. The Moon Monarch waved her hand and gave the order. After Bai Chuan and the others left the palace, she sent a message to Gu Changa to report this matter. A land of reincarnation seemed to have appeared in the dark tide that surged over from the vast ocean. This was extremely important news. In the Moon Monarch's opinion, Gu Changa leaving this matter to her was a sign that she was highly valued. If she wanted to continue being valued, she had to deal with this matter properly. Chapter 920. Although the current immortal realms looked calm, that was only on the surface. The real undercurrents could be said to be surging in the dark. Even if it was a celestial king, if they were accidentally swept into it, they would easily end up with their bodies crushed. The Moon Monarch was very self-aware. She had broken through to the immortal king realm by relying on the legacy left behind by her predecessors. She became a female immortal king and looked down on many universes. However, her talent was much weaker than others of the same level. Even many of the same level were trapped in this realm for tens of millions of years, or even longer. Although the current immortal domain's environment had changed a lot and was more suitable for cultivators and living beings to cultivate, that was only temporary. The Moon Monarch knew that the immortal domain would face a terrifying calamity in the near future. The earliest would be a few decades, the slowest would be a century. What could they do in these 100 years? Touch the unreachable immortal emperor realm? That was even more impossible. Hence, the Moon Monarch had already made up her mind. She had already given up on comprehending Tao and cultivating. Instead, she placed her focus on working for Gu Changa in an attempt to gain Gu Changa's favor. Only in this way would she be able to preserve her life in the upcoming calamity. She wouldn't end up with her Tao fruit shattering and her soul dissipating. Of course, in the Moon Monarch's opinion, it would be best if she could become Gu Changa's woman. It was also the most foolproof method. Unfortunately, she felt that such a chance was very slim. Gu Changa did not have that kind of interest in her. Back when Gu Changa was still in the Moon Monarch residence, the Moon Monarch had actually tested him. However, Gu Changa did not care at all, treating her like air. This made the Moon Monarch feel discouraged. In this vast immortal domain, many immortal kings had pursued her before. Her looks were definitely undeniable. However, it made sense. With Gu Changa's identity, what kind of woman had he not seen before? It was said that the former Grand Palace Lord of the Immortal Palace was also his confidant. However, the Moon Monarch was a little skeptical about this rumor. After all, he could even kill his confidant. Just how heartless was Gu Changa? Since I have confirmed that there might be clues to the land of reincarnation, why can't I personally investigate? Although it may be dangerous, isn't this an opportunity for me to perform? The Moon Prince's beautiful eyes sparkled. She had originally ordered her subordinates to investigate the land of reincarnation. But on second thought, this was something that Gu Changa had personally ordered, which was enough to show how much importance he attached to this matter. Although there were many dangers in the dark tide, celestial kings still had the means to deal with them. They wouldn't let her lose her life there. She was willing to risk her life, which was enough to prove her attitude to Gu Changa. Thinking up to this point, the Moon Sovereign waved her hand. A mist-like jade belt in the depths of the cave abode that was surrounded by chaotic chi shuttled over and wrapped around her slender waist. This was her celestial king artifact, and it was forged from an extremely rare type of metal. It was indestructible, yet its texture was soft, and it could be transformed into a myriad of weapons with peerless might. After putting on the celestial king artifact, the Moon Sovereign still didn't feel at ease, so she went to pick up a few more secret treasures. Only then did she tear through the cosmos, crossing space, heading towards the boundless battlefield. That place was guarded by several great celestial king families from the central celestial domain, the security tight. However, they couldn't stop Celestial King level existences. Moreover, she came under Gu Changa's orders, so no one dared to stop her. The Boundless Battlefield was actually a general name because it was connected to the Boundless Battlefield. A long time ago, this was already an ancient battlefield, its origins already unknown. Many figures from the ancient era were buried here. There were some remains that were even more ancient than the immortal ancient era before the taboo Great Era. The various signs also indicated that before the immortal ancient era, there was an even more grand and majestic era. Quite a few people of later generations obtained many of their predecessors' legacies in the boundless battlefield. There were some who dug up damaged supreme treasures in the primal chaos, containing innate natural luck, becoming a matchless celestial king. There were also some who obtained ancient pill recipes, reconstructing their innate talents, defying the heavens and changing their fates. Even the materials Moon King used to refine the Immortal King artifact, Moon God Belt, were obtained from the boundless battlefield. For immortal domains, great clans, and inheritances, the boundless battlefield contained all possibilities. They sent people to guard this place, stopping outsiders from entering. In reality, they also wanted to seize the boundless battlefield for themselves, monopolize the opportunities within. This was a boundless scarlet earth, as if dyed red by blood. Yellow sand was swept up in many places, the heavens flickering between light and dark. Gloomy clouds everywhere. This place had no limits, as if it was an endless continent, full of devastation. All types of great rifts were everywhere, some places surging with blood-colored, multicolored mist. In even further places, one could see blood and chi surging into the sky dome like smoke signals. These were the corpses of exceptional experts who had died who knew how many years ago. Every once in a while, they would erupt with terrifying blood and chi like volcanoes. All creatures that were sucked in would immediately be turned into ashes, body and soul erased. For ordinary creatures, this place was a cruel hell. Countless corpses were buried here. A piece of yellow mud or a pool of blood all contained terrifying killing energy, easily able to overturn heaven and earth. This place contained endless opportunities, but it also contained endless dangers. Even the sky covering yellow, sand, couldn't hide the traces of those great battles. They existed here from the ancient times until now, impossible to erase. At the border of this ancient battlefield was a majestic ancient city that floated in the air, like an imperial pass that would never fall. The aura was majestic, stars swirling about in the sky. In this ancient city's surroundings, it was as if there was an expanse of stellar mist. All life ancient stars before it were as insignificant as dust. It oversaw this place, overlooking the entire world. Outside this ancient city, one could see a terrifying and bottomless blade scar. It existed in the heavens above, exceptionally vicious, as if it was going to separate the world. This blade scar extended over, becoming a barrier that blocked the boundless battlefield. Even immortal kings didn't dare approach this blade scar, their bodies about to explode. Returning and coming, the soul doesn't return. In the ancient city, an ancient song sounded, as if someone was reminiscing about their past ancestors, full of grief and grief, those who heard it shedding tears. On the city walls, there were traces of blades, spears, swords, and halberds, experiencing countless great battles. The wide city gates were simply as tall as heaven and earth. Every day, many creatures and cultivators from all over a mortal domain would come here, either to temper themselves or to search for opportunities in the boundless battlefield. They naturally wouldn't enter too deeply. Those border areas had long been thoroughly searched by various great inheritances, but it was inevitable that they would overlook some things. Chapter 9:21. It is said that the Luo Wang unexpectedly obtained an ancient scripture in the boundless battlefield, and later became an immortal king. Before that, although the Luo Wang's talent was not bad, he definitely did not reach the level of an immortal king seed. At most, he only made a name for himself in a small star domain. Later on, he relied on the ancient scripture he obtained in the boundless battlefield to soar into the sky and become an immortal king who looked down on countless beings. Of course, this is only a rumor from various places. Whether it is true or not, we have no way of knowing. However, there are countless opportunities in the boundless battlefield. If you can obtain one, it will be enough to be reborn and become the master. A group of cultivators was walking towards the city on the main road outside the ancient city. They were both men and women, but judging from their faces, they were all very young in their 20s. Their eyes shone brightly, and their auras were steady. The person who spoke was dressed as an elder. He led the group into the city and introduced them. Hearing this, almost all the young men and women became excited, their eyes full of longing. It was as if as long as they passed through the ancient city in front of them, they would be able to find many opportunities and be reborn, defying the heavens and changing their fates. They were disciples of a large sect from a certain universe in the immortal realm. There was a true immortal realm ancestor in their clan, and they were well-deserved overlords among the surrounding forces. Now they had rushed to the ancient city to gain experience. Not only were there opportunities, but there were also many dangers. There were also many powerful, fierce beasts that had been eroded by the baleful aura of the boundless battlefield. Fighting with them could help them become stronger quickly. The current immortal realm was very suitable for cultivation. Everyone wanted to fight for the destiny of this generation to bear the heavens' core mark and become an immortal. For ordinary people, there were not many concerns. The general situation of the immortal realm did not have much to do with them. Wasn't the Luo Wang like us? It was only in the vast expanse battlefield that I was able to come this far. Besides the Luo Wang, there are other immortal kings who also obtained the legacy of their predecessors in the boundless battlefield. Although this place is dangerous, it is also an opportunity for us. Among the young men and women, a man with shining eyes couldn't help but whisper. When the other young men and women heard this, they were also very excited. It was as if they could see the day when they became immortal kings in the future, and they were yearning and excitement. At that time, I might have a chance to marry my little junior sister. The young man's heart was not calm at all. He set this matter as his goal and thought to himself. The junior sister in his heart was a girl. Luo Yinchi was a girl, and she was a girl. She was wearing a light dress, had light makeup, and her hair was like a cloud. She was like a pure orchid. At this moment, he was silently following the group. He did not say much, giving off a quiet and cold feeling, but was also many young immortals that was that. As the most talented person in the heaven-seeking ancient sect, many elders had high hopes for him. Even those true immortal patriarchs personally bestowed techniques upon her, intending to take her as their disciple after she attained the Tao. Immortal, immortal, immortal is immortal, immortal was that immortal, 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 immortal. Ever since she entered the sect and cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm, she was considered a quasi-Tao enlightened one. In just a few hundred years, she broke the fastest record in the immortal realm. If there were no accidents, she had a high chance of becoming an immortal king in the future. She would lead the immortal, 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 immortal sect to glory. When the leading elder saw this, he stroked his beard and smiled. He was very pleased. Then he led the group to be checked by the cultivators at the city gate. Then they entered the ancient city. If they wanted to enter the vast battlefield, they had to pass through this ancient city. And if the living beings in the vast battlefield wanted to leave and enter the immortal realm, they had to pass through this city. It could be said that this city was very important. It was a place that they had to pass through. As long as they guarded this city, even immortal kings would not be able to pass through easily. The wide ancient street was enough to accommodate ancient giants. The buildings on both sides were also incomparably tall and majestic. They were like terrifying beasts standing here, overlooking everything. In front of these buildings, ordinary people were incomparably small. It was hard to imagine how they were built. Thin fog pervaded the air. There were cultivators on the ancient street, but it was not lively. Many people were in a hurry. There were signs of collapse in some places. No one knew how long they had been there. There were also many large cracks that ran through the ground. Star remains were scattered everywhere. They were all traces of battle, full of vicissitudes. This was the first time the ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples had come to this ancient city. They were shocked by the scene. Many rare immortal materials could be seen on some of the stalls. They shone brightly and were dazzling, but each of them had a shocking price. In the depths of this city, it was said that there were immortal kings overseeing it, and there were quite a few of them. In addition, there were also many true immortals. No one dared to act recklessly and break the rules here. A few days ago, someone seemed to have seen the Moon Prince leading many experts here. They seemed to have gone deep into the vast battlefield. It was said that there was a scarlet light in the vast battlefield, illuminating hundreds of thousands of miles. Many true immortals rushed over. Could the Moon Prince's personal appearance be related to this matter? The ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples were browsing through the many broken tools on the stalls. They heard some cultivators whispering about something, which immediately piqued the interest of many of them. The leading elder also stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with excitement. This time, the ancient heaven-seeking sect had led many disciples to this place because they had unexpectedly heard that there seemed to be a strange phenomenon in the vast battlefield. It was suspected that a supreme treasure had appeared. Many people rushed over. Therefore, they also wanted to try their luck, and at the same time, let the younger generation in the sect temper themselves. I didn't expect that the Moon Prince would come here personally. This means that something good is about to appear in the vast battlefield. The ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples were also very excited. They whispered to each other. The young man whose eyes were shining from before walked towards his junior sister Luo Yanxi in a slightly fawning manner and said with a smile, "Junior sister, it seems that we have come at the right time this time. Maybe we can really encounter some kind of opportunity." His name was Song Yunjie. He was one of the most famous geniuses of this generation of the ancient heaven-seeking sect. Although he was not as talented as junior sister Luo Yanxi, he had become a quasi-Dao cultivator in less than 10,000 years. However, junior sister Luo Yanxi's expression did not change at all. It was as if she did not hear him. She did not even turn her head. This made Song Yunjie a little unhappy. He followed junior sister Luo Yanxi's gaze and saw a white-robed figure not far away. It was an extremely good-looking young man. His figure was tall and slender, and he was dressed in snow-white robes. He was very otherworldly, and one could not help but think of a banished immortal. He walked in the ancient city at a steady pace. From time to time, he would stop at a stall at the side. "Junior sister Luo, do you like to look at good-looking young men? I'm almost fascinated by them." Song Yunjie's tone could not help but be a little jealous. His tone was much higher. Hearing this, Luo Yanxi seemed to come back to her senses. She looked back at him and said, "Senior brother, don't you realize that the people around can't see him?" Chapter 922. Luo Yanxi was wearing a light green dress with plain and light makeup. Her hair was like the clouds, and she was as beautiful as an orchid. She quietly looked at the man in white who was standing by the side of the stall, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. That white-robed man looked like he stood above the world, aloof and otherworldly. There were clearly many cultivators and creatures in the surroundings, but no one could see him. He stopped by the side of the stall, as if he was sizing up some of the broken artifacts, giving off a completely different feeling from this world. At this moment, hearing the words of the little junior sister, the young man named Song Yunjie of the ancient heaven-seeking sect also noticed this scene. His originally somewhat jealous expression turned to surprise. Then he looked at the surrounding senior and junior brothers. They didn't seem to notice the white figure there. If one didn't look carefully, they would have ignored him. Could this be a peerless expert? I heard that this ancient city is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and there are all kinds of experts hidden here. Sometimes, even the immortal king doesn't dare to be too presumptuous. It's really a hidden world. He was secretly shocked. At this time, the young man in white who was standing by the side of the stall seemed to have noticed their gazes and looked at them in surprise. Song Yunjie was shocked and hurriedly retracted his gaze, worried that it would cause the other party to be dissatisfied. On the other hand, the little junior sister Luo Yanxi was not surprised. She naturally looked at him and then nodded slightly. The young man in white was even more surprised. Then he smiled and nodded. Then he walked towards the depths of the ancient city at a leisurely pace, looking quite leisurely and natural. It was particularly inconsistent with the slightly oppressive atmosphere of the ancient city. As for the little junior sister Luo Yanxi, she also retracted her gaze, as if she was deep in thought. Little junior sister, do you know this mysterious man? Seeing this, Song Yunjie couldn't help but ask. He felt that it was rare for his little junior sister to greet him. Normally, she would treat the teachers in the sect with a very calm attitude and would not pay too much attention to them. I don't know him. Hearing this, Luo Yanxi glanced at him and shook her head. Then you don't know him, yet you still greet him. Aren't you afraid of causing him to be dissatisfied? Song Yunjie broke out in cold sweat in his heart. He was clearly in existence with unfathomable cultivation. How could he be someone they could provoke? That won't happen. I can feel that he means no harm, Luo Yanxi said calmly. Then she no longer paid attention to this senior brother and walked to the side. Following this, the ancient heaven-seeking sect continued to head towards the depths of the ancient city. They planned to leave the city from the other side before nightfall and head towards the vast expanse battlefield. This ancient city was very big. From one side to the other, one had to pass through many teleportation arrays. During this time, Song Yunjie also noticed the young man in white. He seemed to be heading to the vast expanse battlefield as well. Coincidentally, he was going the same way as them. Just like before, he walked there and no one around him seemed to be able to see him. Only he and his junior sister Luo Yanxi could see it, and Song Yunjie did not know why. The sky darkened and the entire ancient city was shrouded in a gray aura. It was as if the sky was about to fall. A wide and vast river of stars surged there, emitting a heaven-shaking momentum. It was as if the heavenly river was surging, covering the sky and earth. It was incomparably majestic. The stars were like fog, appearing at the end of the sky and surrounding the ancient city. Some people saw a figure sitting cross-legged on it, breathing in and exhaling the starlight. A breath of essence that was like a chaotic waterfall rushed into the sky. The people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect appeared on an endless barren land. Endless yellow sand rolled, covering the sky and earth. The night wind was mixed with a bone-piercing chill that drilled directly into the soul, causing many disciples to shiver uncontrollably. We've finally set foot on the vast expanse battlefield. However, this is only the outermost area. We're still very far from the direction of this strange phenomenon. After arriving here, everyone has to be on high alert. The vast expanse battlefield is full of dangers, and there are many endless strange things. An elder of the ancient heaven-seeking sect said solemnly. In addition to them, there were many cultivators from all over the immortal realm. A few people walked in groups, and very few people walked on the road alone. Junior sister, you've been paying attention to that young man along the way. He seems to be looking at the moon now. Song Yunjie walked to his junior sister Luo Yanxi's side and could not help but whisper. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. Luo Yanxi had been paying attention to that figure along the way. At this moment, she could not help but follow his gaze, looking at the vast and deep sky. A full moon of unknown size hung high up in the sky, as if supporting half of the night sky. It was big and round. Some fog-like substances could be seen floating slowly there, as if they were going to fall on the moon. The white-robed figure stood under the moonlight, like an immortal who was going to fly away with the wind. He was also looking at the full moon. Luo Yanqi did not pay attention to Song Yunjie, but looked in that direction with a strange expression. She did not know if it was her imagination, but she had been observing the white-robed man along the way, wanting to confirm if he was the same person as her. In the current immortal realm, there should be many people similar to her. They had awakened the memories of their previous lives, and even preserved part of the Tao fruit of their previous lives. This time, she came to the boundless battlefield with the disciples of the same sect because she wanted to retrieve the weapon she had lost here. When she first entered the city, Luo Yanqi was sizing up this figure. She felt that the aura on his body was very special. It seemed illusory, but it made her heart palpitate uneasily. This was an unfathomable figure, but he was not old. In the current immortal realm, other than those who had attained the immortal king Tao fruit in their early years, perhaps only people like her, who had also awakened the memories of their previous lives, could reach such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age. Just as Luo Yanqi was thinking, the white-robed figure in the distance suddenly disappeared. He left. Luo Yanqi was stunned. She looked in that direction a few more times to make sure that he had really disappeared, or what had happened. She felt a little regretful. Originally, she was wondering if she should go up and ask. If it was someone from her era, then perhaps they could talk. "How long are you planning to follow me?" However, in the next moment, a sudden voice appeared in her ears, causing her entire body to stiffen. She felt as if her soul was being suppressed to the point of trembling and fear. This white-robed young man, whom she had been observing along the way, appeared beside her out of thin air without any movement. Gu Changa's face revealed some interest as he looked at the woman and asked. Chapter 9:23. In fact, before this, Gu Changa had already noticed that this woman was following him. Not only that, she had also been observing his actions. After leaving the upper realm, Gu Changa received news from the Moon King and came to the vast battlefield. However, on the way, he was curious about the origin of this vast battlefield. That was why he stopped for a long time to see if he could deduce the reason for the formation of this vast battlefield from various clues. Although the vast battlefield was adjacent to the vast sea, it did not have much of a direct connection with the vast sea. In Gu Changa's opinion, this was more like an ancient battlefield of the heavens dug up by someone. As for why the ancient battlefield of the heavens was moved here, Gu Changa guessed that it should be to revive the supreme existences who had died in the War of the Heavens. However, there were too many battlefields of the heavens. When the real War of the Heavens broke out, it affected many true worlds. It could even spread from one side of the long river of time to the other side. No one knew how many powerhouses were buried in it. Therefore, unless one clearly knew who was buried in it and left behind a true soul, it was possible to revive them. Otherwise, all of this would be in vain. When did you appear? Luo Yanqi took a deep breath and calmed down. She turned to look at Gu Changa and asked. She was now very sure that the Gu Changa in front of her was definitely someone like her, who had awakened from the cycle of reincarnation and had the memories of his previous life and Tao fruit. Moreover, based on the memories of her previous life, she judged that Gu Changa's strength was not weaker than the immortal kings of the immortal domain today. Everyone in the ancient heaven-seeking sect was also very surprised at this moment. They looked at Gu Changa, who had suddenly appeared here, in shock. Song Yunjie, who had been trying to talk to his junior sister Luo Yanqi, could not help but shudder. He had an inexplicable fear of this mysterious man. "Since when have you been following me?" Gu Changa smiled faintly. Luo Yanqi's voice froze. She knew that she had been sizing up Gu Changa, which was why he had noticed her. However, there were many fellow disciples and elders here, so it was not convenient to say too much. She thought for a moment and said directly, "I think that we are on the same side. Maybe we can have some common topics." These words caused everyone from the ancient sky-seeking sect to widen their eyes in disbelief. Was this still the reticent junior sister that they knew? She actually took the initiative to say such words to a strange young man? Although this young man did indeed have a refined temperament and was extraordinary at a glance, it was clear that he was not ordinary. However, he wouldn't go so far as to say such a thing. A common topic? Can I interpret that as you trying to strike up a conversation with me? Gu Changa still smiled faintly, as if his expression would not change at all. Luo Yanqi knew that she didn't mean that. However, it was not convenient to talk about her origin in this place. She was curious about Gu Changa, but she was also curious about his origins. She wanted to know which era he had awakened from. Luo Yanqi had a feeling that in this current immortal domain, there were many people like her who were recovering in various corners. You should understand that that's not what I meant. Between us, maybe we can have a good talk. Luo Yanqi replied. Since you want to talk, then I'll give you this opportunity. Gu Changa smiled faintly and did not say much. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the vast battlefield. Luo Yanqi hesitated for a moment, but still followed closely, ignoring the shocked and puzzled gazes of the surrounding ancient sky, seeking sect disciples and elders. Junior's sister, Song Yuntian, who had always admired her, shouted anxiously, but did not dare to follow, because the feeling that Gu Changa gave him was too terrifying. Just by standing there, it was as if the entire world was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. Even his soul was imprisoned. If he dared to struggle, he would be destroyed in both body and soul. They haven't gone far. Let's follow. Yen, she is the hope of our ancient sky-seeking sect. We can't let anything happen to her, and let her be bewitched and taken away by such a mysterious man of unknown origin. The ancient sky-seeking sect elder who reacted, gritted his teeth, suppressed the fear in his heart, and said in a trembling voice. The rest of the ancient sky-seeking sect disciples were also frightened. They did not know why, but they felt that this vast battlefield full of endless dangers was not as scary as that young man just now. The endless yellow sand rolled, and a wind blew from an unknown source, making the night seem even colder. A full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating this ancient battlefield. The roar of an unknown fierce beast came from afar, shaking the sky. Strands of baleful aura rose. Even after tens of thousands of years, they still remained on the battlefield. Luo Yanqi followed Gu Changa's footsteps all the way into this place. Slowly, the figures of the many disciples behind her could not be seen. This made her hesitate for a moment, and she was still a little worried about them. The boundless battlefield was not like any other place. In the past, even she had encountered a great enemy here. She had died and entered the cycle of reincarnation, leaving behind all of her weapons here. Even though the ancient heaven-seeking sect seemed like a nameless sect to her, with only a true immortal in charge, it was still the sect of her current life. She did not want to see them in danger. If you are worried about them, why follow me? The smile on Gu Changa's face had already disappeared. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but one step was tens of thousands of miles. This was deliberately done. Otherwise, this woman called Luo Yanqi would not be able to keep up with him. I just want to know which era you are from. Luo Yanqi was silent for a moment, but still chose the thing she was most concerned about. She wanted to know if those who had fallen or died could all return. If so, then she might be able to see her former family and friends again in this life. Although she had a part of her Dao fruit, she still could not see Gu Changa in front of her clearly, let alone see herself clearly. Gu Changa said with interest, "Why are you so sure that I am not from this era?" Based on my intuition. In this era, it is impossible for a person like you to be born, Luo Yanqi replied. But it does not matter what era I am from. On the contrary, I am quite curious about the era you were originally from. Gu Changa smiled faintly. Just now, he had already deduced this woman's past. Although part of the truth was hidden in the long river of time, wrapped in fog. but it could not be hidden from him. This was a person who had almost become an emperor. To be more precise, she was a female quasi-immortal emperor. As a quasi-immortal emperor, she was able to conceal herself from the heavens. No matter if it was the past, present, or after her death, there was a fog that made it difficult for others to see through her. But that was for those of the same level and the immortal emperor level. In Guchanga's eyes, even if she was once a quasi-immortal emperor, there were not many secrets to speak of. If there was one place that was shrouded in fog in his eyes, it was this female quasi-immortal emperor. There were some things that he could not see through regarding the origin and history of this reincarnation. If it was done by Qing-Yi, then it was impossible for Guchanga not to see through it. He had some guesses. Could it be that someone was secretly plotting something? Using these fallen supreme experts as chess pieces. Chapter 924. Of course, this was only Guchanga's personal guess. After all, he had been planning many things. When he encountered these problems, it was inevitable that he would associate them with the above. Other than this, he really couldn't think of any other possibility. Why would these supreme experts who had died in the War of the Heavens revive one after another? This was a sign. Some people who had hidden very deeply would probably surface one after another. The era I was in. Luo Yanqi didn't know about Guchanga's many thoughts. At this moment, she thought that he was really interested in her origins, and she couldn't help but have some nostalgia in her eyes. In her eyes, Guchanga was definitely a peerless figure who could be compared to her in the past. The two of them were at the same level, and they were the same people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said these words. As for the other living beings and cultivators in her eyes, they were just ordinary people who hadn't touched that domain. Guchanga didn't say much. He just looked at her quietly. That was the glorious era of the extreme realm. All kinds of methods competed, and hundreds of boats competed. Predecessors like me walked at the front of the Tao, spreading seeds for the future generations and leaving behind inheritances of Tao methods. Many of the future generations will call us predecessors, but we feel that we are more like adventurers who are constantly exploring the path of Tao, leaving behind Tao and experience for the future generations. Luo Yanqi also seemed to have opened up a chatterbox, full of nostalgia and reminiscence. She was not a native of the mountain and sea world. However, because of reincarnation, she woke up in the immortal region in this life and used the Tao fruit of her previous life to cultivate again. This vast battlefield was not a single battlefield. Instead, it was made up of many ancient battlefields, and too many peerless figures were buried there. She was just one of them. According to her words, the ancient great world she was originally in was not a real world. It was a vast ancient world that was born in the vast expanse, but it was also old. But its level had not been promoted to the level of a real world. In that world, Tao methods competed, and it was prosperous. It gave birth to many powerful figures, and there were many existences like her. In the most ancient times, there were people who passed down cultivation methods, establishing a Tao technique system, leaving behind a Tao tradition for later generations. There were also people who broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, taking that step and walking the path of Tao. However, like many ancient worlds, the world they were in had also been invaded by darkness. Crisis after crisis caused the world to be riddled with holes. It was like a piece of paper that had been crushed, filled with desolation. The tide of darkness from the boundless land swept over, engulfing the entire world, wiping out too many creatures and experts. In addition, there was also chaos of unknown origin that affected the entire universe. Countless living beings and cultivators became sacrifices and were buried within. Forwarders like her had broken through the dark tide time and time again, building flesh banks in the borderlands to ward off the dark calamities and leave peace for the other side of the world. One by one, they left bloody footprints on the embankment. They used their bodies to forge mountains and rivers and gradually approach the truth. However, even if they were close to the truth and understood the truth, so what? At the end of the path, A majestic and terrifying figure was already standing there. They looked down on everything coldly and calmly, watching as countless living beings struggled beneath their feet. Even if it was a battle against the heavens, it would be difficult to harm them. This was a battle that made all living beings despair. All of the predecessors died. No one could survive the figure that stood at the end of the darkness. With a slap, the world collapsed. The universe turned into decay. There was no existence that could stop it. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of Luo Yanqi's mouth. Her memories were incomplete, but regarding the scene, it was exceptionally clear. As a quasi-immortal emperor, she was already about to truly ignite the light of an immortal emperor, condensing an immortal emperor body. However, in front of those terrifying existences, she was still slapped to death with a single slap. There was no possibility of luck. This was the true equality of all living things. There would not be any difference due to the difference in their cultivation. All of the living beings and cultivators were like rain, falling from the end of the world. They were densely packed, countless. The rain of blood surged violently, drowning the vast universe. Then, all of the ancient worlds and universes were destroyed, no longer existing. Many of the memories were blurry, but only the tragedy of that battle was reflected in Luo Yanqi's mind, like a brand. Even though she was called Ancestor Luo and Empress Luo by the living beings and cultivators of that world, what was the use? She still couldn't protect those who believed in her, couldn't protect the ancient world she was in. I'm really powerless. In such a battle, I couldn't change anything at all. Even predecessors like us could only be reduced to cannon fodder. The corners of Luo Yanqi's mouth were full of bitterness. She couldn't help but gently shake her head, letting herself come back to her senses. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have said a lot because she was immersed in her memories. Gu Chang'e also stopped, quietly listening to her talk. Ever since she awakened the memories of her previous life, these scenes often appeared in her mind, but she couldn't tell anyone. After discovering that Gu Chang'e seemed to be the same kind of person as her, she immediately opened her mouth. All of these things were said in one go. Of course, Luo Yanqi had reached such a level after all, and was qualified to come into contact with the truth of some things. Therefore, she understood that many ancient worlds were like her original home, invaded by darkness, destroyed by the Great Purge, and destroyed in the long river of time. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e was someone who had suffered the same fate as her. After countless years, he woke up in a strange world, not knowing where he was and where his original home was buried. In the unseen world, only the once broken weapon was sending her a weak connection, telling her that all of this was not a dream, but something that had really happened. In this kind of loneliness, she suddenly found someone like her, which was why Luo Yanqi made such a series of actions. The Battle of Zhongtian is indeed despairing, but it is precisely because of this kind of despair that the ancestors of the 10,000 clans can be praised and wept for. Gu Chang'e quietly watched Luo Yanqi finish talking about these things, and then sighed with emotion, as if he had also experienced such a thing. Actually, there was no need for her to say these things. He had already finished reading her life experience. This was the true reflection of those ancient worlds in the endless, boundless expanse. There were too many similar ancient worlds. In the boundless expanse, they were only hit by a wave and shattered. When Luo Yanqi heard this, a light seemed to appear in her eyes, but it quickly dissipated and dimmed. Although it was inspiring, it was already a thing of the past. Moreover, their actions seemed tragic and stirring. But weren't they just ants trying to shake a tree and overestimating themselves? However, from Gu Chang'e's reaction, she could tell that Gu Chang'e had also experienced this. The world he was originally in was shattered and turned into ashes in the calamity. After all, in Luo Yanqi's opinion, there was no living creature or cultivator in this world that could contend against such a calamity. No matter how hard they tried, they would all turn into bubbles and perish in the end. I finished talking about my matter. What about yours? She raised her eyes to look at Gu Changa, somewhat curious. Zero, Gu Changa smiled faintly and said, "Like you, I am also a pioneer who trekked in order to find the Tao. There are also things that I want to protect, but with my current ability, I might not be able to do it. Of course, in order to do this, I can do anything. Are you the same as me?" From Luo Yanqi's point of view, Gu Changa spoke lightly and did not continue, but it contained an unshakable will. This kind of calmness was more like a true indifference to everything after experiencing countless things. She was even more curious about what Gu Changa had experienced in the past. Something he wanted to protect? Was it a world that had once perished? An old friend, a lover, or a relative? This made Luo Yanqi think of herself. How could she not want to protect everything in her heart? However, since Gu Changa did not intend to say it, she could not continue to ask. "I've already said what needs to be said. Do you still want to follow me?" Such a small episode, in Gu Changa's eyes, was just a trivial matter. In the future, there would be even more people like Luo Yanqi. Perhaps it was not only the true mountain and sea realm. The other true worlds and ancient realms also had a kind of power that protected people who had once made great contributions to all living beings. It protected a wisp of their true soul from being destroyed so that they could wake up in the future and return one day. Is this the power of correction that belongs to the true heavenly Tao? Is it secretly setting things right and trying to seize back the authority that belongs to the heavenly Tao from the origin world? Gu Changa had a lot of guesses from this. "I want to follow you for a while, is that okay?" Luo Yanqi asked in a soft voice. She felt that she was the same as Gu Changa. They were the same kind of people. Since they had obsessions and thoughts in their hearts, they wanted to protect everything in the past. If they had the same goal, why couldn't they work hard together? Luo Yanqi felt that she would wake up one day in the future. This was not a coincidence or accident, but the true will of heaven. Chapter 9:25. Since this was the will of the heavens, why not follow the will of the heavens? Luo Yanqi had a feeling that the Gu Changa in front of her was not a simple person. Following him might really be able to change something. "You want to follow me?" Gu Changa was a little surprised. He turned around and gave her a deep look. Although she had not truly awakened the strength of her previous life, and now she did not even have a foothold in the immortal path. However, with the Tao fruit of a quasi-immortal emperor, as long as she was given enough time, she might be able to grow into a peerless powerhouse in the near future. In the current era, there should be many people like Luo Yanqi in front of him. They seemed to have awakened from reincarnation with some kind of mission to fight the heavens again. "Can I?" Luo Yanqi looked at him seriously and asked. Gu Changa suddenly chuckled and asked, "Do you know who I am? You actually plan to follow me?" A hint of confusion appeared on Luo Yanqi's face, but she still nodded and said, "My intuition tells me that following you might really be able to change something. Furthermore, your identity is not important to me. What I want to follow is you, not your identity," she explained. Hearing this, the smile on Gu Changa's face disappeared, revealing a somewhat strange expression. "If that's the case, then follow me. I hope you won't regret your decision today," he said. Judging from the current situation, perhaps he should consider taking in more trusted subordinates or something like that. The people he had nurtured in the upper realm were still too weak in the end. Even if they became true immortals, it would be difficult for them to play any role. As for Luo Wang, Immortal King Blood Owl, and the others of the immortal domain, although they were true immortal kings, if they really faced the strongest people of the other realms, they would not be much different from cannon fodder. Luo Yanqi in front of him gave Gu Changa an inspiration. These supreme powerhouses who had awakened from reincarnation carried the Tao fruit of the past. In fact, it was similar to the rebirth of powerhouses. Each of them had extremely heaven-defying luck. These people could naturally reach a level that ordinary people could not reach in a short period of time. Moreover, such people had similar experiences, just as Luo Yinchi had said just now. Their homeland or home, the people or things they once wanted to protect, were all buried in the passage of time, destroyed in the Great Liquidation. If they woke up in this life, they would definitely carry the obsessions of their previous lives with them. They would want to save their friends and family, or restore their country. With such a similar obsession and goal, things would be much simpler. This Luo Yen she in front of him was the best proof. However, she seemed to have some sort of misunderstanding towards him. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e really wanted to chuckle. In this regard, he might be able to borrow their strength. He was even considering if he should take this opportunity to establish the Heaven Destroyer Alliance. Or should we just call it the Heaven Slaying Alliance? Since ancient times, when one was involved in the name of heaven conquering, one would suffer the corresponding backlash of karmic luck and encounter misfortune or strangeness. Even immortal emperors would be wary or avoid them. However, Gu Chang'e didn't care. There is no such thing as ominous or strange in this world that could taint his body. For example, some of the orthodoxies with the name of heaven conquering either had a terrifying and tyrannical foundation or were related to the real heaven. I don't think I will regret it. My intuition tells me that this is the right thing to do. Luo Yenchi said again. Her expression had returned to normal. The sound of insects will only last for a lifetime. For the entire vast sea, the birth and death of an ancient world is just a wave of tides. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, In this world, no matter how strong you and I are, we will eventually decay. Perhaps your hesitation today can really change something in the future. Luo Yenchi was stunned. She didn't quite understand the meaning of Gu Chang'e's words. However, before she had time to ask, Gu Chang'e had already stepped into the depths of the vast battlefield. She chased after him and asked, Then what should I call you? In the era before me, people like to call me Luo Zhu or Luo Xian. Call me what? You can call me whatever you want. However, people like to call me Demon. Gu Chang'e still smiled faintly. Demon? Luo Yenchi was stunned again. In the end, the people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect still couldn't really catch up with Luo Yenchi's pace and lost her halfway. Under the pitch-black night sky, the vast battlefield appeared exceptionally cold and desolate. Little junior sister! Song Yunjie fell to the ground in a daze, looking at the endless, vast battlefield. The rest of the people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect also knew that they were powerless and couldn't catch up. Even the true immortals didn't dare to continue deeper. In front of them, there were many places where wisps of black fog had already risen. These black fog seemed to have spirituality, twisting and exploding in the void, and then gushing out a dense, baleful aura, ancient and ancient, corroding everything. For ordinary creatures, this place was an area of eternal, deathly stillness, surrounded by fog and baleful aura all year round. It was like a boundary embankment as high as the sky, built here, majestic like a prostrate giant. On the other side, there was an earth-shattering sound, like the rumbling of worlds colliding, and the entire vast battlefield was trembling. Wave after wave slammed over, crashing on this boundary embankment, and then scattered, turning into steam that filled the sky. However, this steam was not simple, and it nurtured countless small worlds. To the creatures on this side of the boundary embankment, this was just a matter of a wave. However, to the cultivators living in those small worlds, it was a long cycle of reincarnation. This was the most powerful and mysterious force in the world. The tide rose and fell. Worlds were born and worlds were destroyed, and it was endless. The frequency of the dark tide is getting faster and faster. I'm a little worried that the boundary embankment won't be able to stop the dark tide. Some waves even rush to this side. On this side of the boundary embankment, there was actually an extremely majestic ancient castle, simple and unadorned. It was a battlefield fort that was once lost and inscribed with countless runes and restrictions. Only many places were damaged, not complete. It was only after later generations patched it up that it was able to stand tall in this world again. Right now, several terrifying figures stood outside the ancient castle, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the boundary embankment. Boundless power continuously slammed over, mountain swaying and earth moving, this place continuously shaking. Many areas of the ground exploded, a great rift valley the size of a universe appearing, endless multicolored light and skeletal remains gushing out from within. One could see just how many skeletons were buried here, simply impossible to count. The yellow sand beneath their feet piled up into land, mountains, and rivers. These great rift valleys were the traces left behind when the dark tide slammed over. If cultivators approached, they would easily be crushed into ashes by the terrifying power. Not even immortal kings dared to approach. Chapter 9:26. It could be said that this was immortal domain's true border. One could truly hear the rumbling sounds of the ancient world's pressure, heavy and majestic, suppressing everything. Ancient fortresses towered here one after another, covered in all types of ancient symbols. They shone with dazzling radiance, resisting the terrifying great power of the boundless sea. The figures that towered above the fortresses all came from immortal domain's few great immortal king families. They were ordered to stand guard here, always paying attention to the situation on the other side of the boundless sea. The tide of darkness surged over, and there were even some broken pieces of supreme treasures mixed within. They were wrapped up in the broken waves of the ancient world. Boundless waves surged there, sometimes surging, sometimes surging. One could imagine just how terrifying the power of these supreme treasures were when they were complete. Under this type of power that could easily crush immortal kings into ashes, they were completely unharmed. However, from another perspective, it could also prove just how terrifying the great battle back then was. These precious treasure fragments had been truly shattered, and were scattered throughout the vast sea, swept away by the tides in 10 different directions. If some of the fragments were swept to this side of the shore, it would definitely lead to countless creatures fighting over them. However, as the waves surged, no one dared to fight over them. Immortal kings were difficult to cross. This wasn't simply saying that without absolute certainty, one could cross the boundless sea. In those waves, there might be other great, terrifying existences, their bodies and doubt erased at every turn. During this period of time, when the tide of darkness attacked, some scattered weapon fragments were sent flying over, releasing dazzling radiance, producing shocking, irregular scenes. Immortal Domain's side was naturally alarmed as well. Quite a few immortal king families immediately sent people over. Apart from this, some cultivators and creatures who received news couldn't hold themselves back, hurrying over, trying to get a share of the action. Some immortal kings were able to condense immortal king Dao fruits precisely because they obtained the remains of their predecessors in the boundless battlefield, becoming immortal kings of their generation. It was unknown just how many people wanted to replicate their old path. When they learned that there might be opportunities that were about to appear here, they naturally flocked over. The tide of darkness this time doesn't seem to be a coincidence, but rather that someone is trying to cross over. This might be the fluctuations that were triggered. Within the fort, there were creatures speaking softly, observing the situation on the other side of the boundless sea through some type of strange treasure. However, they could only see a small area, which could only be considered a small beach. They were far from being able to see the boundless expanse of the boundless ocean. The figure beside him also said in a low voice, "If there really is something unusual, it's impossible for the immortal region to not sense it." In that area filled with chaos and darkness, there was endless fog, and the world was filled with chaos. However, one could see a bright moon hanging high up in the sky. It was as if the vast ocean below had become calm and peaceful. The appearance of such a bright moon in the sky above the boundless sea was truly shocking and shocking. Therefore, some cultivators were speculating whether the appearance of this bright moon was the cause of the ebb and flow of the dark tide, crashing towards the boundary dike. If one ignored the great terror in the boundless sea, the bright moon looked strangely beautiful. Strands of ribbon-like substance continuously floated upwards, giving off a magnificent and awe-inspiring feeling. The Moon Prince led many cultivators from the Moon Prince Manor and appeared in the distance. She was standing on the corpse of a mountainous ancient beast, gazing at the bright moon. Her dress and hair danced in the wind. What if that really is the land of reincarnation? Doesn't that mean that there might be another ancient world similar to the immortal region nurtured outside the boundless sea? The Moon Prince couldn't help but guess. Her brows furrowed. She couldn't help but guess, because after so many years, the immortal region hadn't given birth to any exceptional figures. If reincarnation really existed, then what about those figures of the past? Did they really die? Even beings at the level of immortal kings had a way to leave behind a strand of their soul to preserve their lives, let alone ancient beings from other eras. With that thought in mind, her figure drifted, heading towards the few forts in front. The figures within manifested one after another, greeting her. The powerhouses guarding this place were only true immortals. The most powerful one was a half-step immortal king. True immortal kings couldn't possibly stay here forever, because the boundless battlefield's laws were shattered, and their Tao arts were incomplete. This was because the murderous aura accumulated over the years would instead suppress the immortal kings, affecting their cultivation. Sometimes, some strange beings would emerge from the boundless sea, and it was impossible to guard against them. There was once an immortal king who was struck by them, and he severed his own Tao fruit, dropping his cultivation to preserve his life. That was why the immortal kings behind him were much more careful, and wouldn't easily set foot in this place. From the fort, they could clearly sense the terrifying pressure of the boundless sea. The Moon Prince thought for a while. She had her subordinates wait here, and then she flew out, heading towards the boundary embankment. This was the Moon Prince's second time approaching this place. The sky rumbled. Because of the suppressive force, it kept shaking and cracking. Her face was a little pale, but because she was wearing a veil, her expression was still calm. I didn't expect the might to have increased by almost 1,000 times compared to the last time I was here. The Moon Prince frowned as she muttered to herself. This place was still quite a distance away from the embankment, but that terrifying, suffocating feeling had already spread over, making her feel like her body was about to explode. One had to know that this was still with the defensive ruins of the fort. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get so close at all. Last time, I walked almost 100 steps. Although I didn't reach the boundary embankment, I wasn't far away, but this time I didn't even reach 30 steps. The Moon Prince was a little dissatisfied. Her cultivation hadn't improved by much, but this time the number of steps she could advance was almost half of what it was before. However, the existence of the boundary embankment was rather special. Even she didn't know its true origin. Since ancient times, not many immortal kings could truly reach the 597 side, although crossing the boundless sea required the strength of an immortal king. However, in this place there was a boundary embankment. Even immortal kings couldn't get close to the boundless sea, and no one had truly tried to cross it before. However, from the Moon Prince's direction, she could still vaguely see outside the boundary embankment. When the waves retreated, there were some blurry footprints in the sand left behind. They were left behind by some supreme powerhouses in the past. I didn't expect that even an existence like the Moon Prince couldn't get too close. The living beings in the fort were all whispering. They were all very shocked. They could only take a few steps at most before they couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies also collapsed, unable to withstand the turbulent aura on the other side. However, the Moon Prince actually walked more than 30 steps. But that was all. Looking at her, it seemed like it would be very difficult for her to continue. The expression on the Moon Prince's fair and beautiful face was uncertain. She tried again, and the pressure in front of her was indeed stronger. It was far more terrifying than before. She was unwilling to give up. After all, before she left the Moon Prince mansion, she had secretly made up her mind to investigate the matter of that bright moon. This concerned whether she could be valued by Guchanga. As expected, it's not that easy, the Moon Prince hesitated. In the end, a hint of viciousness appeared in her eyes. She directly summoned her immortal king artifact. The jade belt enveloped her like mist, making her look even more blurry and hazy. She walked forward while enduring the terrifying pressure. Chapter 9:27. The boundless sea was vast and boundless. As far as the eye could see, there were waves that rose and fell. Every wave was formed from broken ancient worlds. They surged and surged, continuously striking and slapping. One could even see some small islands of strange shapes in the surroundings, lying across these waves. Quite a few terrifying corpses were submerged within, continuously bobbing up and down, revealing some rotten parts. For the entire boundless heavens, this was the most mysterious place. No one knew how this boundless sea came to be. Endless great fog shrouded this region. Even immortal kings could only see a blurry distance around them, unable to see anything further. If one didn't have the correct direction, they would definitely get lost here. All around them was darkness. However, at this moment, there was a hazy halo of light that appeared in this region. A giant figure that looked like a corpse sat cross-legged on one of the isolated islands. There seemed to be some type of fluctuation spreading from its entire body, like a weak spark in the dark night. This figure only had a pile of white bones left. It wore a tattered black robe, its eye socket sunken, as if it had fallen into a deathly stillness. However, within the bones there was a weak radiance that spread, illuminating a small region in the surroundings. Suddenly, a faint sound was released from this blurry figure's mouth. The originally extinguished light in its eyes gradually lit up at this moment. It seemed to have opened its eyes all of a sudden. However, because only the eye sockets were left, there was no concept of the so-called opening of eyes. However, it gave one a type of feeling as if it instantly came to life. How many years has it been? I finally feel the aura of life. Some ancient and cryptic syllables were released from this terrifying creature's mouth. It slowly got up from the isolated island, and then turned its head to look at the boundless sea behind it that was shrouded in darkness. Heaven-shocking waves slapped over from that place. It was as if there was some giant creature pushing the giant waves forward, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Many broken ancient worlds were continuously tumbling and shattering in this wave, quickly bobbing up and down and drowning again. An ancient and shabby warship moved through the waves, rushing through the boundless energy, as if it came from a barbaric and ancient era. Countless ancient realms were completely crushed under this warship, turned into ashes, and then swept away by the waves. This was a shocking scene. World after world was born and extinguished before their eyes, scattering like sand. On this dilapidated ancient warship, there were numerous blurry and terrifying figures standing there. They were like cold and indifferent devil mountains that overlooked everything in the world, existing for eternity. They didn't say a single word, and they were like statues made of molten iron. They were solemn and silent, but their auras caused the boundless ocean beneath their feet to seethe. Ice-cold radiance flowed about as if it was covered in fragments of time, making one's heart tremble with fear. They were known as hunters, but there were also creatures of the vast sea who called them hunters. This was someone who could truly travel through the boundless sea, traveling from the other end of the distant sea to this place, searching and exploring in the boundless sea. In this vast ocean, they had traversed countless years and truly lived for countless epochs. In their eyes, the submerged and shattered ancient realms were no different from real dust. Ha! Who would have thought that I would still be able to encounter hunters in this life? The white-boned figure that stood up from that isolated island released a low chuckle, but it was unknown if it was a sound of regret. Within its deep eye sockets, Flames of light jumped about, as if even the natural laws and order were melted away. Dazzling light suddenly appeared on its body. Every single piece of white bone was dazzling, great Tao fragments fluctuating and swirling about. In this withered, lawless, and unrestrained land, after sitting here for countless years, its life didn't show any signs of waning. One could well imagine just how terrifying its strength was. The boundless sea all around rose and fell because of its aura, great waves overflowing into the heavens. The strange creatures hidden in the darkness all retreated in alarm, not daring to approach in the slightest. It towered on the isolated island, gazing into the mysterious region behind it, able to hear heaven's shocking waves battering over. However, they all exploded in front of it, as if there was a formless barrier that isolated all things, immune to everything. On that dilapidated warship in the distance, suddenly, a terrifying figure opened its eyes. Blood-colored lightning hacked down from within, as if it could destroy everything, powerful beyond compare. There's someone in that direction. His outer appearance looked similar to that of a human, but there were some ancient patterns branded between his brows. His voice was ancient and dry, obscure and unclear. As he spoke, he seemed to want to move his body that had been stiff for a long time, and began to slowly stand up. And as he moved, the terrifying figures standing in the surroundings also seemed to come alive, their eyes blazing with incomparable intensity. The originally unparalleled aura was simply like a stormy sea that wanted to shatter everything. Terrifying gazes seemed to want to pierce through the boundless fog and see through that dark region. However, even with their eyesight, they could only see a faint light, as if there was a figure standing there, waiting for them. They began to communicate with each other in an obscure language. Boundless pressure caused many of the great waves that crashed over to be destroyed into ashes. We're closer to that true world. At this moment, in the depths of this ancient warship, an incomparably thin and small figure with dark skin also spoke. He looked like a monkey that was about to be dried up, but the other living beings around him were incredibly respectful towards him. They came from the distant, true, spirit ruins world. It was once an incredibly prosperous ancient world that had existed for countless years. It had given birth to all sorts of civilizations and legacies. There had been times when it flourished, and there had also been times when it declined. However, just like how the tides came and went, everything in the world could not escape the fate of flourishing and declining, rising and falling. There was nothing that could truly become eternal. The true spirit ruins world behind them was naturally no exception. After going through many cycles of reincarnation and bearing the burden of several great showings, it finally reached its limit and began to crumble and disintegrate. The only true spirits that remained were those with weak intellect. They protected that true world and concealed it so that it would not be discovered by the other terrifying predators. Left with no other choice, they could only walk the path of hunters, like the other living beings trekking in the boundless ocean. They trekked alone in the endless, boundless ocean, hunting, foraging, and surviving like lone wolves. They had to find a new true world before it disappeared, so that they could inject new life force into the home behind them. For this, they trekked in the boundless ocean for countless years, leaving their homes behind to travel into the distance. In fact, they had long since forgotten what their home had become. Perhaps it had already been destroyed while they were trekking. However, they had no other choice. Once they decided on this path, there was no room for retreat. Fortunately, on the way, they finally sensed the presence of a true world not too far away from them. That true world could not be considered ancient. In fact, compared to the other true worlds, it could be said that it had just been born not too long ago. This was the target they had been searching for all this time. A true world like this would not have a terrifying foundation of power. The true spirits that were born there would at most be those who had just stepped onto the path of transcendence. What caused them to be even more pleasantly surprised was that the true square world seemed to have encountered a terrifying calamity. The true spirit's presence had disappeared, and it could no longer protect its existence. In fact, it could not even hide the presence of a true world, causing it to be exposed in the vast, boundless ocean. This was no different from lighting a bonfire in the darkness and dripping a drop of blood in the deep sea. All the predators who smelled it would swarm over. After all, there was no lack of madmen with incomparably terrifying strength in the world. They had long since stopped caring about who they were, their past, and even less about the world they had been born in. In the eyes of these madmen, besides prey, there was nothing else. Not only would they hunt the living beings trekking in the boundless ocean, they would also treat some of the weaker true worlds as food and devour them. It was precisely because their levels of cultivation were so great that they had nothing to fear. They only had one thought in their hearts, and that was to advance to a higher realm. That was why they became one of the most terrifying living beings. Looks like we've run into a madman. The thin figure sitting in the depths of the ancient warship stared at the dark region before him and said, the ancient warship under their feet was made of unique materials. It could be said that it had gathered all the power of the true world behind them. It could allow them to safely traverse the boundless ocean. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to wander in this place for such a long period of time by themselves. In terms of strength, they were naturally inferior to the madmen who trekked alone in the boundless ocean. All of them were people who could not be predicted. If there was no need, they did not want to run into those madmen. Big brother, why don't we change our direction and go around from another direction to avoid that place? The other figure who had woken up in the ancient warship asked. He was also unwilling to take the risk. They might be hunters, but they were also afraid of the madmen who had no qualms about anything. They did not want to waste time and strength in this place. After all, they still had to rush to the weak true world and receive the true world behind them so that they could devour it and fuse with it to give birth to a new life. I'm afraid it's already too late. If we don't go, he might come over. The thin figure shook his head. His gaze was calm and profound. Huge waves surged into the sky. The boundless ocean in this region roared because of the ancient warship. The fog was parted, and indistinct figures could be seen in some of the dark regions. They looked as if they were trapped in those places like souls and could not come into contact with them. I am Ancestor White Bone King. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The flames in the eyes of the white bone figure standing on the small island danced. Although he was wearing a tattered black robe, no one could underestimate him. He seemed to be grinning. Then, he slowly walked towards the ancient warship. What was shocking was that the boundless ocean under his feet had become deathly still. It was as if a road had been paved and the waves were calm. Many of the ancient worlds were trampled under his feet, turning into a flat road. It was as if white bones could be seen behind him. White bone great Tao. The pupils of the figures on the ancient warship shrank. This was a peerless figure who had condensed a true great Tao. Greetings, fellow Taoists. In the depths of the ancient warship, the figure who was respectfully called Big Brother stood up and walked over. He spoke in an obscure language, but the two of them had high levels of cultivation. They did not need to communicate with words. Through the fluctuations of their divine thoughts, they could understand each other. Where do you want to go? Can you give me a ride? The figure called Ancestor White Bone King was only a skeleton, but at this moment he seemed to be grinning. His eyes flickered with flames as he sized up the figures on the ancient warship. Some kind of mood fluctuation spread as if he was in a good mood. With your strength, what tools do you need to go to a certain place? The figure who was respectfully called Big Brother narrowed his eyes slightly, but he still asked calmly. The other party's strength was very terrifying. He had lived in this area for who knew how many years, which made him feel a little scared. One had to know that he had cultivated the immortal Emperor's light, then stepped onto the transcendence path, condensed his own great Tao, and had already passed the third decay. In the entire boundless ocean, There were many people who had cultivated the immortal emperor's light. In some of the vast ancient worlds, they could also stay for countless years without experiencing life and death. However, in the eyes of those who had stepped onto the transcendence path, the so-called immortal emperor's light could be extinguished with a wave of their hand. Every time they passed the celestial cataclysm, their cultivation base and strength would increase immeasurably. He dared to bring his race to traverse the boundless ocean because he was the strongest person in the true world behind him. He had already passed the third decay and touched the true Tao domain. He could kill the so-called immortal emperor with just a thought. But who would have thought that he would meet a madman here whose strength made him feel fear? No, no, no. The boundless ocean is so vast. With the strength of my legs, I don't know how long it will take to find another place to stay. Since you are in such a hurry, you must have found a good place. Ancestor, White Bone King, only smiled and shook his head. However, because he was a skeleton, he looked extremely terrifying. When the people on the ancient warship heard this, they felt a chill run down their backs, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying existence. The hull of the ship is made of primordial source metal and fortune calamity metal. It seems that the true world behind you is rich in resources. When I ate the true world, I only obtained palm-sized primordial source metal in the end. He was still talking to himself, seemingly very emotional, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Moreover, he had already boarded the ancient warship without anyone noticing. Then, with a crack, he twisted off the head of a terrifying creature beside him and started to chew on it. Chapter 928. The vast sea trembled, and the ancient warship rumbled. The hunters from the true spirit ruins world shuddered in fear, shocked by the scene before their eyes. They had traversed this boundless sea for countless years, and they had also experienced all kinds of calamities. However, none of them had ever caused them to feel so terrified. They felt as if they had been frozen to the spot and could not move at all. The skinny figure, who was respectfully addressed as Big Brother, looked at this scene with deep sorrow in his eyes. However, he did not dare to stop them. In fact, he did not even dare to say anything. In the face of absolute power, if they dared to resist, the result would not be good for them. In fact, there was a possibility that their efforts over countless years would all be for naught. What a familiar taste! Ancestor King Whitebone did not seem to care about the gazes of the people around him. He sighed with emotion, then casually threw away the head that he had bitten off a few times. It was as if he just wanted to taste the taste of fresh life. He did not care about how the people around him feared him. To an existence like him, a long period of time was just the blink of an eye. When he closed his eyes and took a nap, it might be 10 million eons. Besides existences at the same level as him, all other living beings were the same as ants in his eyes. It did not matter if they were immortal emperors or immortal kings. Fellow Taoists, aren't we going to continue on our journey? The white bone ancestor king grinned, his sinister skeletal face causing people to tremble in fear. The ancient and broken warship once again charged through the vast sea, cutting through the thick waves and charging into the depths of the darkness. The fog was boundless, but there seemed to be a weak bonfire shining in that direction, pointing the way. It was like a weak star shining in the night. That was the coordinates of the vast sea world. When the ancient warship, filled with hunters, truly descended on the true mountain sea world, it would bring about a disaster for the entire true world. The true mountain and sea world might be huge, but in truth it was as insignificant as a speck of dust in the vast universe. The boundless vast sea gave birth to countless ancient worlds and living beings. They had existed since ancient times. Every day, many worlds would die and be born. 363 inches the eyes of the truly powerful. Such a scene could be said to be normal. The birth of an ancient world was like the birth of a certain flame after countless lives collided. Suddenly, there was light that illuminated the darkness. This was the greatest and most mysterious miracle. Since the beginning of time, So many experts wanted to understand the truth of life and the Upanishads of the world. However, none of them could explain it. For example, the birth of the true world was a miracle. Some supreme beings felt that these were the higher-level substances that collided in the primordial chaos. In a certain instant, after billions of coincidental changes, the creation that was produced contained the true substance of life and could give birth to all things. That was why the true world was fundamentally different from the other ancient worlds. When a true world was born, it could continuously grow, transform, and advance step by step. This was not like the other ancient realms, which required the level of the entire world to reach a certain level before it could be upgraded to a higher level. Such a difference was like the difference between a mortal and a genius. It was a difference in the nature of the world. They were different from each other from the start. It was precisely because of this reason that many of the most powerful warriors had set their eyes on the true worlds that had just been born. They believed that the existence of a true world was the most direct proof of their transformation to a higher level, and they wanted to understand its true essence. Over the course of countless years, the vast expanse had given birth to an unknown number of supreme beings, as well as countless miracles and mysteries. To the truly ancient true worlds, only those who had surpassed a mortal emperor and stepped onto the path of transcendence could be considered true supreme beings. Those who had yet to step onto transcendence were all ants. Of course, only the true worlds that had leaped past 9 decays of celestial beings and become true transcendents had the right to be called true immortal worlds. The other true worlds could at most be called ancient true worlds. Apart from them, the other true worlds could generally be called newborn true worlds. For example, the true mountain and sea world was a newborn true world. The true immortal worlds, the ancient true worlds, and the newborn true worlds were 3 extremely strict levels. In truth, these were the levels of worlds that were publicly acknowledged by all cultivators in the vast true worlds. As for the other ancient worlds, before they were promoted to true worlds, they could be classified as unrated worlds. Of course, even if the ancient true worlds were the same, the power they had was completely different. A newborn true world's power and destiny could at most support a few existences who had surpassed a mortal emperor. Even if those existences stepped onto the path of transcendence, they would at most pass the first and second decay. The third decay was also known as the third decay disaster, and the realms before that were known as the Void Tao realm. Only those who had passed the third decay would have the chance to touch the truth realm. Only ancient cultivators in the truth realm had the right to be called the foundation of an ancient true world. However, even if they were all in the truth realm, the difference in their celestial being tribulations would create a terrifying difference in power. After every disaster, there would be a world-shaking change. Some ancient cultivators in the truth realm could even create a true world with a single thought. Their chi could form the universe, and their thoughts could move the universe. Their true bodies would already be standing in the domain of indestructibility, and they would not be affected by karma, time, or anything like that. They could be said to be omnipotent. For example, the true spirit ruins world could only be considered to have barely touched the threshold of an ancient true world. The strongest person there was an existence who had passed the third decay and stood at the peak of the Void Tao realm. The vast ocean was simply too big. Even those in the Void Tao realm could not pry into the mysteries within. Otherwise, they would not have left their homes and come to the distant worlds in search of a new life for the true world behind them. Rumble. As the ancient warship from the true spirit ruins world moved through the vast ocean, quite a number of gazes were focused on it from afar. These figures also stood tall in the dark fog. Their eyes were incomparably cold, as if there was no emotion in them. However, they only watched quietly and emotionlessly as the ancient warship left into the distance. Before the vast ocean dried up, no one knew what was contained in it. Besides, above the vast ocean was the origin world, which meant that it was eternal. That place was seen as the source of all the regions in the universe and the origin of all matter. However, even the ancient sages who had walked on the path of transcendence found it difficult to pry into its true mysteries. Instead, due to the origin world's existence, the entire vast ocean had been affected and countless ancient worlds had been punished. This punishment had gradually turned into the calamity in the eyes of all living beings. Of course, there were no living beings or cultivators who could clearly explain the reason behind the calamity. They did not know why it happened. Some said that it was because the heavenly Tao was unjust and merciless. It slaughtered all living beings, which was why the Heaven Slayer existed. There were also some who said that it was because the heavenly Tao was set in motion and could not be changed. It was a fixed path. After a certain amount of time, the entire world would return to chaos and reach a certain balance. The existence of the calamity was to restrict this balance so that yin and yang would flow and all living things would return to one. The calamity was not just targeted at one true world, but the entire true world. No power or Tao orthodoxy could escape from it. However, since the ancient true worlds had been around for a long time, they had a way to deal with the calamity and would not truly be buried in it. The true world of Yin-Yang was a true world that could be ranked at the top of the vast true world. It was known as the true immortal world. This was because it had given birth to true transcendence. There were many ancient and powerful orthodoxies in this true world. They had been around for even longer than many true worlds. Eternal Destruction Manor was one of them. It was a well-deserved overlord. The current Manor Lord was a peerless figure who had already passed his seventh blight. He was truly a peerless existence who could look down on all those who had existed since ancient times. In this majestic manor, located in the depths of the universe, the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor sat cross-legged in a long black robe. He looked as if he had not moved since ancient times. His eyes were closed. There were many figures kneeling below him. They were devout and fanatical. There were also blurry figures standing in the deep void on both sides of the manor. They looked as if they were standing at the end of the long river of time. Every single person here was unimaginably powerful. Looks like World Life Hall is really asking the nine heavens for help. The heaven-punishing sect might think that they are aloof, but they are just people who do not care. That Tao Lord Eternal Life relied on the legacy of his predecessors to reach this step. He really thinks that he is someone important. How dare he try to meddle in the affairs of my yin-yang true world? The Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor opened his eyes. His deep eyes seemed to encompass the entire universe. Endless mysteries flowed within them. He spoke coldly. He seemed to be a little angry. The entire manor trembled. The yin-yang true world was a true immortal true world. Eternal Destruction Manor was a well-deserved orthodoxy. It was an orthodoxy established by that transcending one. Due to disputes, World Life Hall and Eternal Destruction Manor broke away and formed their own orthodoxies. However, the two were still closely related. Sooner or later, they would unite again. The Hall Master of World Life Hall had suffered a Tao injury that was difficult to heal because he fought over a chaos spirit treasure in the vast expanse. He had also reached the critical point of passing his eighth blight. He could only fight for a glimmer of hope with his heavily injured body. In the end, he failed and died. Even at his peak, he was not confident that he could pass his eighth blight, let alone be severely injured. Therefore, after the Hall Master of World Life Hall died, the other Vice Hall Masters began to stir and tried to take over. Otherwise, they would only end up being annexed by the other orthodoxies of the yin-yang true world. For this, they did not hesitate to contact the eternal Tao Lord of the Nine Heavens, the sect master of heaven-punishing sect. Of course, these things could not be hidden from the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor. Eternal Destruction Manor ruled over the vast territory of the yin-yang true world. There were countless ancient worlds under its jurisdiction. There were many worlds that were comparable to ancient true worlds. As for new true worlds, there were even more of them. To put it bluntly, Eternal Destruction Manor was one of the strongest factions in the vast True Worlds. When they heard the Manor Lord's words, the people in the manor kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to say anything. The Eternal Tao Lord was also a peerless figure who had passed his seventh blight. There was no need to talk nonsense. Even if they had any thoughts in their hearts, they might be discovered. Besides people at the same level, everyone else was like ants before such an existence. No matter how far apart they were, they could be killed with a single thought. All living things were equal. There was no difference between them. The true Eon Death world is not stable either. They have been trying to become a single true world. The matter of the world life, Hall might make them act strangely. The next calamity is not far away. Before that, someone must pass his seventh blight. Otherwise, it will be difficult to keep the current situation in check. A myriad of abnormal phenomena flashed past the Manor Lord's eyes. Stars were destroyed, and the universe collapsed. His thoughts flashed through his mind millions of times in an instant. The blurry river of destiny appeared before his eyes. Countless lines intersected with each other and flowed quietly like a river. Countless fragmented scenes appeared on the long river before collapsing and shattering. This cycle repeated for an unknown number of times. Time seemed to have stopped in this place. My Yin-Yang True World is so big, it borders hundreds of millions of worlds. But I can't find an anomaly, he frowned. He might seem to be muttering to himself, but he was actually saying it for the people below him. The anomaly was no longer a secret before an existence like the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor. To them, only those with talents like the anomaly had the right to truly touch the path of transcendence and hope to reach their level. The situation in the Yin-Yang True World could not be shaken. A suitable candidate had to be found as soon as possible to temporarily take over the World Life Hall. And this suitable candidate had to be at the seventh blight, the same level as him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep the other orthodoxies in check. If he took over the World Life Hall himself, the other orthodoxies such as Intentionless Mountain and Rebirth Cave would be dissatisfied. The situation would become even more unstable. At that time, the slightly peaceful situation in the Yin-Yang True World would change again. None of this was what the Manor Master of Eon Destruction Manor wanted to see. Chapter 929. The Yin-Yang True World was connected to hundreds of millions of ancient worlds. The territory it governed was unimaginably vast. The kneeling figures in the mansion before them were the true masters of those ancient worlds. They controlled the lives of all living beings. To put it bluntly, anyone who walked out of this place could easily destroy a superworld. This was the true terror of Eternal Destruction Manor's foundation. There were plenty of peerless figures who had walked the path of transcendence. Among them, there was no lack of supreme giants who had already passed the third blight and successfully entered the Truth Tao realm. They were in charge of an ancient true world and had long lives. No one knew how long they had lived, but they were worthy of the title of immortal. Now that the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor intended to interfere in the matter of World Life Hall, everyone was shocked. They guessed that Eternal Destruction Manor would make a big move soon. If there are no anomalies in the Yin-Yang True World, then investigate the rest of the True Worlds. Pay attention to the movements of the other True Worlds, especially those in the 9 heavens. If Eternal Tao Lord does anything, report to me immediately. Heaven Punishing sect promotes the name of Heaven Punishing, but they haven't done anything for many eons. They're just people who deceive the world. This Eternal Tao Lord is just using the name of Heaven Punishing to gather the Heaven Punishers of all races. Haha, how can I let him get what he wants? The Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Then he waved his sleeve and disappeared from the mansion. Only then did the others let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if they had come back to life. However, they didn't dare to stay for long. They quickly left and gave orders to the ancient worlds behind them to be on the lookout for anomalies. The Yen-Yang true world hadn't seen an anomaly for countless years. Moreover, it had been a long time since the last powerhouse had stepped on the path of transcendence. There were very few powerhouses who walked on this path. They needed heaven-defying luck to break the shackles of fate. Only then could they see a glimmer of hope. To put it bluntly, according to the luck of an immortal true world, an immortal king could be born every few eons. Perhaps one immortal emperor could be born of 100 immortal kings. There might not even be one immortal emperor in 10,000 immortal emperors who could step on the path of transcendence. Only those who had walked this path would know how difficult it was. It wasn't as simple as having great willpower and talent. It required one to break one's fate, control one's own destiny, and condense one's own Tao. What was about to happen in the vast heavens had no effect on Gu Chang'e. Regardless of whether it was unifying the other true worlds or recreating the true mountain and sea world, it was not his goal. His goal was always the other two true progenitors of the origin world. If the true mountain and sea realm did not meet his expectations, he could settle everything at any time, reshuffle everything, and start all over again. Gu Chang'e didn't mind and planned for a long time. However, this plan gave him a lot of hope. If all of this continued as planned, it would more or less give him a different kind of surprise. The boundless battlefield was extremely large, as if it was formed from many ancient universes. There were fallen star regions, desolate mountains and seas, as well as dried-up star rivers. Gu Chang'e brought Luo Yanxi all the way to the border of the boundless sea, which was adjacent to the outside world. Along the way, they encountered the so-called strange creatures, as well as some strange creatures mixed in the darkness. There were also some creatures that fled here through other means. However, Gu Chang'e did not care about them. As if he did not see them, he walked past them. For ordinary people, these creatures were a disaster that they would definitely die if they encountered them. However, they were not stupid. They would not touch Gu Chang'e. They would avoid him as far as possible. Luo Yanxi did not speak along the way. She wanted to talk to Gu Chang'e, but she understood that his casual attitude seemed to come from his mood. Perhaps when he was in a good mood, he would say a few words to her. However, sometimes he really seemed to ignore her and treat her like air. She saw the fear and wariness of these creatures towards Gu Chang'e. This was an instinct that was almost engraved in their souls. This also allowed Luo Yanxi to have a clear but vague guess about Gu Chang'e's strength. At the boundary embankment of the boundless battlefield, huge waves still surged into the sky, continuously slamming over from the other side, emitting world-shaking, rumbling sounds. Ancient realms were destroyed and shattered one after another. They bobbed up and down, containing boundless power. This was enough to annihilate any living creature, crushing them into ashes. Bunkers stood in the distance, their entire bodies flowing with clear splendor. On their surface, ancient runes of the great Tao flew out one after another, rushing towards those aftershocks. However, they were quickly obliterated, only able to cancel out the fluctuations from that side. The ancient cultivators in charge of guarding this place were all stunned by the scene before them, deeply moved. What is the Moon Prince doing? Could it be that she plans to go to the other side of the boundary embankment? Isn't she afraid of dying in that place? Although she is an immortal king, many ancient supreme experts are buried there. Is she really not afraid of dying? They couldn't help but express their doubts, unable to understand the Moon Prince's actions. On the other side of the boundary embankment, a line of blood-red footprints could be seen extending outwards. Heaven and earth rumbled. The entire universe was in chaos and darkness. Streak after streak of blood-red lightning struck down, destroying heaven and earth. The Moon Prince was dressed in white, looking ethereal and brilliant, but in reality, the emotions on her face seemed to be very calm. Then, relying on the immortal king artifact to protect herself, she walked towards the other side of the boundary embankment. Her dress was dyed in blood, wounds visible in some places, torn by terrifying great Tao rules, a ghastly sight. Originally, when she walked a few dozen steps towards the boundary embankment, she had already reached her limit. If she continued forward, her life would only be in danger. However, after hesitating, the Moon Prince decisively brought out the Immortal King artifact. Continuing to trudge over, attempting to reach the other side of the boundary embankment. The boundless darkness, but there was a blurry light that seeped out. There was a blurry full moon hanging high in the sky, bright and beautiful, the light gentle. Wisps of misty substance floated from all over the place. It was extremely beautiful. However, on the other side of the boundary embankment, there was no way to see the full moon more clearly, let alone investigate its origins. The Moon Prince thought of Gu Changa's importance and instructions, which was why she made up her mind to take the risk. Because of this, she could only grit her teeth and trudge towards the other side of the boundary embankment. Although she was an immortal king, when the boundless power crushed over, it was like a blade of the immortal Tao, causing her flesh to split open, terrifying scars appearing on her body. With practically every step she took, the pressure she had to endure increased several-fold. Now, even that immortal king artifact of hers actually showed signs of cracks, as if it could not hold on any longer. However, there was still a very long distance between her and the boundary embankment ahead. In the Moon Prince's opinion, this distance might really be unreachable, impossible to reach. Right now, she finally understood a little how powerful those supreme experts who had left their footprints on the boundary embankment were. Perhaps they had already surpassed the level of a mortal king, touching on another level. Is this really the only way? The Moon Prince was still somewhat unwilling to accept that she had become an immortal king in this era. Although her talent was not as good as others of the same level, she did not slack off at all. Day after day, year after year, she comprehended Tao techniques, wanting to advance to a higher level. However, her upper limit seemed to have been restricted and locked. No matter how hard she tried, her cultivation would not fluctuate at all. Now, in this shoal that led to the boundary embankment, even taking a few more steps forward had become incredibly difficult for her. That's why I want to be valued by him, hoping to protect myself before this chaotic era arrives. Bitterness surfaced in her heart. At this moment, even her immortal king, Tao Fruit, seemed to have cracked, showing signs of instability. After all, this was the immortal king position that she had obtained through trickery by relying on the legacy left behind by her ancestors. The Moon Prince could not ask for anything more. She tried to take a few more steps forward, her arms that were as fair as snow lotus roots. Immediately, fine scars appeared, as if densely packed small knives had cut open her arms. In this place, an immortal king's astonishing vitality was completely useless. Moreover, the speed at which her vitality was draining away was unimaginable. The Moon Prince could not help but let out a soft cry of pain. There was a sweet taste in her throat, and blood almost surged out. 0-0 at this point. The great Tao fell like a guillotine, clanging as it pressed down. She could not even turn back. It was already difficult for her to move at all. Even just turning around could break through this situation, causing her body to collapse. However, it was at this moment that the Moon Prince felt that she had reached a certain limit. Even her Immortal King artifact was about to collapse. The pressure in front of her suddenly lightened. All of the terrifying intent that crushed down retreated like a tide, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Her surroundings became calm and peaceful. It was as if she was standing in some tranquil harbor. This made the Moon Prince a little suspicious. Was it her imagination? Was this the final radiance of the setting sun before her spirit collapsed? Why did you commit suicide? However, in the next moment, a calm voice came from ahead. The Moon Prince instantly returned to her senses, and her consciousness also cleared. A slender figure appeared in front of her. There seemed to be a young woman beside him, sizing her up curiously. "My lord." The Moon Prince reacted and hurriedly bowed. She did not expect Gu Changa to appear in this place. She thought that he had only sent someone to investigate. She did not expect him to come personally. Moreover, his words made her face burn a little. Commit suicide. She had indeed overestimated her own abilities. If not for Gu Changa's timely appearance, she might really have been crushed by the power here. Even her spirit would have collapsed and shattered. Before this, the Moon Prince had never thought that the restrictive power on this side of the boundary embankment would be so terrifying. No wonder it could withstand the waves on the other side of the boundless ocean. It had been majestic for countless eras. Gu Changa did not turn back. He only nodded slightly. Then he turned his gaze to the other side of the boundary embankment. He indeed did not expect the Moon Prince to take the risk and enter this place personally. Without the strength of a quasi-immortal emperor, it was basically impossible to reach the boundary embankment. In Gu Changa's eyes, her actions were no different from seeking death. Very foolish. Or did she really think that this would make him think highly of her? Luo Yanxi also looked at the Moon Prince strangely. She did not expect to meet a female immortal king in this place. If Gu Changa had been half a step slower, she might really have died here. In the current immortal domain, there were only a few female immortal kings who were so beautiful. She must be the one in the southern immortal domain. Luo Yanxi quickly determined the Moon Prince's identity. She addressed Gu Changa as Lord. Then the identity that Gu Changa had not mentioned in detail was also very obvious. On the other side of the boundary embankment was the boundless, vast expanse. Huge waves surged into the sky and flooded over. Some of the waves were smashed and crashed over. However, there were also many ancient realms within, some decaying, some in ruins. Gu Changa did not pay much attention to the Moon Prince. He walked towards the bright moon hidden in the black fog. When he arrived here, he had already determined that this was the land of reincarnation. However, the fact that Qing Yi would bury the land of reincarnation in the vast expanse was somewhat out of his expectations. Was she planning to make more preparations in case the mountain and sea realm really encountered a destructive disaster? A golden path appeared under Gu Changa's feet. It directly crossed the boundary embankment and led into the vast expanse. The terrifying pressure in this place did not affect him at all. Even the various types of true lightning that never stopped all year round disappeared in front of him. The Moon Prince looked at this scene in shock. She did not expect that one day she would be able to leave the immortal domain and come to the vast expanse. However, the malice and fear here made her shiver. She understood why even immortal kings did not dare to easily cross the vast expanse. It was because they did not know what was hidden in the thick black fog around them. Were they malicious eyes? Or was it an invisible, terrifying shadow that was coldly watching them? There's actually someone who can cross that boundary embankment and go to the vast expanse. In the fort, the ancient cultivators in charge of guarding were also extremely shocked. They did not expect to see this scene. Not only did the Moon Prince not die, she was saved by the mysterious young man who suddenly appeared behind her and left the immortal domain with him. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe this scene. Chapter 930. The vast ocean, which was originally surging with surging waves and black fog, was calm at that moment. It made the Moon Queen feel like she was dreaming. She followed closely behind Gu Changa. They stood on the golden path and followed him towards the moon, hanging in the depths. The Moon Queen did not care about who the woman beside him was. She had not completely calmed down yet. She needed some time to calm down. The moon was like a boundless continent. It hung high in the sky above the vast ocean. Wisps of moonlight scattered down, making it seem gentle and bright. However, if anyone took a closer look, they would discover that there was a lot of fog drifting about, rising from the surface of the sea. They were all damaged and ancient worlds that bobbed up and down in the surging waves. Gu Changa watched all of this calmly. Then he extended his hand and touched one of the specks of light. Is it really guiding the souls of those who have gone to the afterlife? He lifted his head and looked at the moon. It might seem very close, but there was a huge distance between it and the vast ocean. There were layers of space and latitude between them. The drifting souls surged towards it. They did not just come from the true mountain and sea world. They also came from the other damaged ancient worlds in the vast ocean. To these souls, that place was the land of reincarnation. It was created outside the true world and was not restricted or shackled by the laws of the world. However, they had to be constantly wary of the attacks and dangers from the vast ocean and other places. Gu Changa was curious as well. Where would these souls who came from all over go to be reincarnated in the end? The land of reincarnation was one of the most mysterious places in the world. When it came to the continuation of life, even those who were exceedingly powerful would find it difficult to explain its mysteries clearly. It was the first time the Moon Queen and Luo Yanxi had seen this. When they saw the drifting specks of light, they were shocked. Who would have thought that the place where all living beings had reincarnated would be on the moon? Of course, the moon was not the only one in the entire universe. It was like a peerless figure who had truly condensed himself. The past, the future, and the present were all him. His legend was reflected in the universe. So he existed in all the universes. Every single one of them was him. As for that bright moon, it was a similar existence. The bright moon seen in that place was similar to the bright moon seen in other places. In the depths of this bright moon, a silver lake converged. It was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. It shone with a brilliant silver light, like melted silver. The radiance that filled the sky drifted over from all over the place and slowly sank into the lake. In the distance, an ancient tree could be seen standing in the depths of the lake. Its branches were intertwined with each other. Every single leaf seemed to hold up a world, and it was heavy and vast. Chaotic chi descended and effused out, and it was like a boundless expanse of mist. This was a shocking scene. A heaven-supporting ancient tree was situated in this silver lake, as if it was supporting countless ancient realms. The collision of each leaf produced a rumbling sound that shook the world, rumbling and majestic. On the ancient tree's crown, there was a grand and sacred palace. Divine light shone brilliantly, and the sound of the great Tao interweaved. The entire silver reincarnation lake resonated with it. Apart from this, one could also see that in the depths of Reincarnation Lake, there were 6 vortexes that seemed to have existed since ancient times, and they were suffused with a desolate and ancient aura. Many specks of light, after converging into Reincarnation Lake, would drift towards those 6 vortexes. For ordinary creatures, this was the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, what was on the other side of the vortexes? No one knew. From the outside, this bright moon seemed more like an independent universe. In the depths, it seemed even more vast, like a star that had long been barren. There were terrifyingly tattered potholes everywhere, and blood of all different colors accumulated. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, and even true immortal cultivators would feel like their bodies were about to explode. Apart from this, there were many shattered coffins that had been flipped over, and they were incomparably ancient. This place was still vast and boundless. Great stars were reflected in heaven and earth, and they flowed with dim radiance. A pitch-black river surged, and black, multicolored light surged, mixed with thousands of complicated divine lights of laws. No one would have thought that the surface of the bright and beautiful moon would be such a scene. It was very similar to the legendary reincarnation underworld, filled with the aura of the dead. Gu Changa brought the Moon Prince and Luo Yanxi from the vast sea and stepped into this place. At that moment, the 3 of them stood side by side on a black mountain peak. The Moon Prince and Luo Yanxi were extremely shocked. They did not even dare to believe the scene before their eyes. Was this the magnificent moon they had seen before? They simply could not believe that it was real. It was a ghastly sight full of holes. This place was like a universe that had once been shattered. It had experienced many battles and wars. Luo Yenshi thought of the era when she was known as the Luo ancestor. Back then, the ancient world that had experienced all sorts of great battles was like this. Only when one truly set foot in it would one understand just what kind of desperate slaughter had taken place within it. Gu Changa had some guesses. When he sensed the strange fluctuations here, he knew that Qing Yi was definitely here. She should be making preparations for the true mountain and sea world. She had made so many arrangements, not only to let the people who had passed away return, but also to prepare for the third apocalypse. If the true mountain and sea world was truly destroyed, then perhaps a new hope would be born in this land of reincarnation. Then, golden light rose under his feet, and he headed into the depths. There did not seem to be any living beings on the broken ground under his feet, and he could not sense any living aura either. This was a land of absolute silence. It was filled with coldness and silence. Over the countless years, no other living beings seemed to have stepped into this place. To all living beings, this place seemed to have been lost in some corner. At that moment, a slender living being that was as bright as the moon swam in the depths of the silver lake. It tumbled up and down, receiving the floating specks of light as if it wanted to send them to the ancient palace at the top of the tree that towered into the sky. From the distance, this living being looked like a jade belt. It was incredibly beautiful. Its eyes were like glass, and there was a faint crimson color to them. This was an immortal beast that had yet to reach adulthood. It was still in its infancy. If it truly grew up, its body would be as tall as the galaxy. In fact, according to some ancient records, the immortal beast could give birth to a universe within its body. From this, it could be seen just how gigantic its body was. There was only one small moongazer serpent in this silver lake of reincarnation. It was empty and silent, as if it was a place of eternal slumber. It received the specks of light that looked like wandering souls and sent them to the lake. It was as if its existence here was to help these souls go to the place of eternal slumber. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something. Its crimson eyes blinked, and it looked towards the other side of the lake. It was a barren, silent, and abandoned land. The mountains were dried up, and there were signs of war everywhere. There were also all sorts of chaotic auras in some of the large rifts. There was no sign of life there. Besides deathly silence, there was only coldness and darkness. These were the themes and colors that would never change. There were all sorts of ancient and complicated patterns carved into the mountains and earth. They could suppress everything, and no living being or cultivator could step into them. That was why it was impossible for other living beings to appear here for such a long time. It was purely an accident that it had come here. "Master, when will she wake up?" The small moongazer serpent blinked its eyes, thinking that it had sensed wrongly. In such a barren and remote place, isolated from all other worlds, how could there be the fluctuations of other living beings? It shook its head and then continued to receive the specks of light in front of it and sent them to the 6 sea eyes. These were souls that had drifted over from many worlds. Some were the size of a palm, some were the size of a grain of rice, and some were even larger, like watermelons. Each speck of light represented a soul that was about to be sent into reincarnation. Some souls were very powerful when they were alive, and their level of life was very high. Even if they were only in a soul state, they were far more powerful than other souls. Moreover, these powerful souls carried the wisdom of their previous lives. Even if they were baptized in reincarnation, it was impossible to completely erase the memories of their previous lives. What it wanted to do was to safely send these confused souls that didn't know where to go to the 6 sea eyes. This was because its master had said that this was the true entrance to reincarnation, and it represented the 6 paths of reincarnation. All living things in the world, as long as they followed the law of birth, old age, illness, and death, and their souls didn't scatter. They would go through these 6 doors. After being washed clean, they would be sent to other worlds to receive a new beginning and a new life. After the small moon-gazer serpent was brought here by its master, it had no choice but to accept such a mission. Every day, it tirelessly sent those souls drifting over to the sea eyes. But in the vast heavens, how many worlds were there? The ancient worlds that were born and died every day were simply innumerable. This place was only a place of reincarnation, but there were still countless specks of light that drifted over from the vast expanse and finally rose here. After all, the level of some worlds was too low, and it was impossible for reincarnation to exist. Not to mention the original world that gave birth to new life and created reincarnation. If Master still doesn't wake up, I will die of exhaustion here. The small moon-gazer serpent looked eagerly at the towering ancient tree that stood in the depths of Reincarnation Lake. The palace was the place where its master had always been sleeping. And this towering ancient tree was actually a sapling of the epic tree that had not yet grown up. It carried the world and nurtured chaos. When it truly thrived, it would definitely give birth to a powerful world. It now missed the time when it was still in the upper realm. It followed its master in a small world where no one disturbed it. It was free and carefree. Every day, there was endless food to eat. When it was full, it could sleep. When it woke up, it could continue to eat. From time to time, it would act coquettishly in front of its master and get a lot of delicious food. However, ever since it followed its master and left the upper realm, that kind of life had become a luxury and was far away from it. In these hundreds of years, it had not eaten its fill. It was starving all day long and had lost a lot of weight. This made the small moon-gazer serpent feel wronged. But its master had fallen into a deep sleep, and it did not know how long it would take for her to wake up. It could only work here, day after day, year after year. Thinking of this, the small moon-gazer serpent's eyes were filled with tears. It felt wronged and could only force back its tears. It was the majestic moon-gazer serpent. When the immortal palace was at its peak, even the immortal king had to treat it with respect. Suddenly, the small moon-gazer serpent blinked its eyes again and looked across Reincarnation Lake. A ray of dazzling golden light spread out from that place. Many ancient runes and restrictions engraved on the ground emitted dazzling light. However, they all vanished into nothingness before this golden path of light, and they completely vanished without a trace, causing the surroundings to become tranquil. There were 3 figures standing on this golden path. One of them was extremely familiar, and it was immediately stunned. Then it reacted. With a whoosh, it turned into a streak of silver light and rushed over. Its speed was as fast as a stream of light, causing the entire silent Reincarnation Lake to stir up shocking waves. What kind of strange beast is this? Luo Yenshi and the Moon King, who were standing on the golden path and sizing up the vast silver lake, were shocked by it. When they suddenly saw this scene, while they were shocked, they thought that the strange beast here was attacking them and immediately became vigilant. The Moon Prince's injuries were more or less healed. He directly took out his Immortal King artifact and waited. Luo Yenshi was shocked, but she was not vigilant. With Gu Changa by her side, she did not have to worry about anything. However, what shocked the 2 of them even more was that when this silver light landed in front of them, it directly turned into a silver-haired girl around 14 or 15 years old. Her face was exquisite and moving. Her pair of glass-like eyes carried a hint of crimson. Her long silver hair that was as beautiful as the moonlight poured down. She was shockingly beautiful. However, this silver-haired girl had an extremely aggrieved expression at this moment. She sobbed and directly pounced on Gu Changa at the side. "Master, you're finally here," she had a sobbing tone. But the moment she was about to hug Gu Changa's waist, he pressed her head expressionlessly, not letting her come over. "Don't wipe your tears on me." Gu Changa naturally recognized it at a glance. This was the small moongazer serpent that he had brought out from the Purple Mountain back then. However, because he found it troublesome, he threw it to Gu Qingyi and asked her to help take care of it. Only when he had time would he think of visiting it. Chapter 931. Little Plenilune was originally brought out from the Purple Mountain by Gu Changa when he was looking for the 7 weapons of heaven wielding that were hidden in the Qixin Palace. However, at that time he had many things to do and had no time to take care of this guy. Moreover, he thought that Gu Qingyi was relatively free, so he brought little Plenilune to her and raised it on her behalf. However, after raising it like this, it had been raised until now. Back then, when Gu Qingyi left the upper realm, little Plenilune was also brought along by her and left. It was really unexpected that Gu Changa would see her in this place, but it also seemed to be reasonable. Master! At this moment, little Plenilune's eyes were red. She was sobbing, and her little nose was twitching. She felt extremely wronged. She did not expect that Gu Changa would hold her head down and not let her come over. Originally, when she saw Gu Changa appear here, she was extremely surprised and skipped over. She wanted to have an unexpected reunion with Gu Changa and tell him her grievances. In the end, he was still so cold and heartless. He directly held her down and did not let her get close. Gu Changa looked at her and shook his head slightly. "I'm not your master. Did you recognize the wrong person?" "No." Little Plenilune looked at him aggrievedly. Her eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed. How could she have recognized the wrong person? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to raise her, why would she follow Master Qingyi? Luo Yanxi and the Moon Prince were also stunned. They did not expect this silver-haired girl to know Gu Changa, and she even called Gu Changa master. However, they did not dare to ask too much. They just watched silently from the side. "Where's Qingyi? Where is she now?" Gu Changa ignored little Plenilune's emotional changes and only asked. He understood this fellow. If Gu Qingyi was by her side, she would definitely not call him that. She would hide as far away as possible. This aggrieved look was purely for him to see. Perhaps she couldn't stay in this place any longer and wanted him to take her away. That was why she showed such an expression. Little Plenilune sniffled and replied, "Master Cyan clothed. After she brought me here, she fell into a deep sleep. She hasn't moved for hundreds of years." Fell into a deep sleep? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. "Yes, Master Qingyi is currently sleeping in that palace. Even I can't rashly disturb her." "I don't know when she will wake up," little Plenilune continued, pointing at the towering ancient tree in the depths of Reincarnation Lake. From this direction, only a blurry outline could be seen. However, that type of lofty and boundless chaotic energy cascaded down, as if supporting the entire world. It was indeed shocking. Luo Yanxi was once a quasi-immortal emperor after all. Her eyesight was astonishing, so she naturally saw through the clues. Could that be the sapling of the world tree or the epic tree? She was shocked. The epic tree and the world tree were actually the same. It was just that people in different worlds had different names for this primordial divine tree. It was rumored that the epic tree nurtured all living beings in the world. Each leaf supported an ancient world. However, this was ultimately just a rumor. In the world she was originally in, the epic tree had long withered and died. It had lost its life force. No matter how they tried, it was difficult to revive it. Therefore, seeing such a suspected sapling of the epic tree in this place shocked Luo Yanxi. Although the Moon Prince hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could guess what it was. It was rumored that the epic tree of the immortal region was guarded by the immortal palace. However, after the forbidden epic, the immortal palace collapsed and the epic tree disappeared. It was suspected that it was destroyed or stolen by someone. The sapling of the epic tree was actually here. Combined with the words of the silver-haired girl in front of him, the Moon Prince was even more shocked. She seemed to have been involved in an ancient secret that involved many things of the immortal palace. So, it really happened after I left the upper world. Gu Changa nodded and looked toward the depths of the reincarnation lake. This was actually similar to his guess. However, he didn't expect Qing Yi to be in a deep sleep. He originally thought that Qing Yi was scheming something and couldn't appear in the world for the time being. If she appeared in the world, with her former identity as the master of the immortal palace, as long as she raised her arm and called for help, those remnants of the immortal palace hidden in the dark would definitely appear. After so many years, remnants of the immortal palace even appeared in the floating flame realm. Not to mention the other ancient worlds and small worlds. Let's go and see your master. After that, Gu Changa shook his head slightly and let little Plenilune lead the way to the sapling of the epic tree. The epic tree of the immortal region was stolen to the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. That was why the war between the upper world and the 8 Desolates' 10 regions lasted for many epochs. However, after the 8 Desolates' 10 regions were conquered, Gu Changa took the epic tree and planted it in his inner universe. At the same time, it was also because of that epic tree that he killed the entire upper world's foundation. Now, that epic tree was planted in the upper world, in the reincarnation lake that Gu Changa had personally created. Of course, the reincarnation lake in the upper world was different from the reincarnation lake here. The reincarnation lake under its jurisdiction was also different. Gu Changa felt that Qing Yi was planning to create a new true world. However, this process was still very long. Now it was only a prototype. This land of reincarnation was only the beginning of its evolution. It wasn't complete. She was planning for the future of the true mountain and sea world. If it was destroyed in the 3rd calamity, there would still be some hope. Gu Changa's gaze deepened. He didn't want to waste time on these things. To him, the true mountain and sea world was just a tool that could be casually discarded. In the end, Qing Yi had planned and paid a great price for this. She didn't hesitate to fall into deep sleep to nurture this sapling of the epic tree. Soon, the little Plenilune serpent led the way. The entire lake that was shining with silver light seemed to have calmed down. Thousands of light spots gathered and floated, sinking into the center of the lake. This silence was a stark contrast to the barren and broken scene they had seen before. The sapling of the epic tree stood in the depths of the reincarnation lake. Although it hadn't fully grown, it already showed its ancient majesty. There was a new will of the rules of the world being nurtured in it, as if it was waiting for the day when it was completely born. The huge treetop filled the sky, and primal chaos chi filled the sky. Every leaf carried a small world within it. At this moment, when they collided, they let out a rumbling sound. It was extremely shocking. The Moon Prince sensed an unprecedented aura of the Tao here. It was completely different from the Tao he encountered in the immortal region. Gu Changa stood under this tree and raised his head to look at the lush tree crown. The majestic palace sat on the top of the tree, exuding a solemn and sacred air. Although this epic tree was only a sapling, this pressure was enough to suppress immortal king-level beings, making them unable to breathe. The branches were ancient and knotted, shining brilliantly, surrounded by immortal light and Tao light. He walked forward, and the golden path extended all the way to the tree crown. The majestic pressure dissipated, and it couldn't affect him at all. The Moon Prince and Luo Yanxi quickly followed behind him. The little Plenilune serpent stuck close to Gu Changa, ignoring his seemingly disdainful look. In her opinion, only Gu Changa could bring her out of this damned place. She didn't want to continue staying here at all. In the palace, Gu Changa saw the sleeping Qing Yi. She lay quietly on the bed, and the curtain fluttered gently. Her facial features were thin and beautiful, and her eyes were clear and clean, like a person in a painting. She looked very peaceful, as if she was detached from the world, and had nothing to do with everything in the world. Master Qing, the little Plenilune serpent stood at the side and called out softly. She didn't know how long Qing Yi would be asleep for. The Moon Prince didn't get close, but she was completely stunned by the scene before her, overturning what she had always known. The person sleeping in the palace was actually the former Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace. According to the rumors, didn't she die in Gu Changa's hands during the Forbidden Era? Even her corpse didn't exist. However, she clearly looked unharmed, as if she was still alive. It was just that no one knew why she was sleeping here. In many rumors, the Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace was the Demon Lord's lover. As for why the two of them turned against each other in the end, this was also an eternal mystery that no one knew. Luo Yanqi wasn't as shocked as the Moon Prince. After all, she wasn't from this true world. She had heard some rumors about Gu Changa, so she guessed that many things that happened in the past actually had their reasons and secrets. It was just like what she said when she wanted to follow Gu Changa. He had his own goal, and everything he did was to achieve that goal. In the eyes of the two girls, Gu Changa was silently looking at the sleeping Qing Yi by the side. He reached out as if he wanted to straighten a hair by her ear, but his hand stopped in midair. This action seemed to hide a myriad of emotions and complications. Was it love but regret? Or was it because of the guilt he felt? Helplessness? Or was it all of these emotions? The Moon Prince didn't expect that Gu Changa, who had always been cold and heartless in her eyes, would reveal such an expression. This made her even more certain of her guess. Many unknown things happened before the Forbidden Era. There were many hidden secrets that were buried in the passage of time. Otherwise, Gu Changa wouldn't have attacked the Immortal Region and the Immortal Palace for no reason. All of you wait for me outside. Suddenly, Gu Changa spoke, asking the Moon Prince, Luo Yanqi, and little Plenilune to leave the palace. Although they didn't understand, they didn't dare to ask anything. They could tell that Gu Changa seemed to have something on his mind. Perhaps he wanted to use this opportunity to say something. After watching them leave, Yizichen nodded. Gu Changa retracted his palm in midair and said calmly, "How long are you going to sleep for?" As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. The eyelashes of Qing Yi, who had her eyes closed, suddenly trembled before she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Gu Changa. Her eyes were calm and peaceful, like warm and clear jade, but also like the bright and flawless moon. "You're here." Qing Yi sat up on the bed. Her expression seemed normal, but it was still difficult to hide her paleness and fatigue. Gu Changa nodded slightly. He knew that Qing Yi hadn't really fallen into a deep sleep, but her consciousness had entered a state of cultivation. 003. This state could be awakened by the outside world at any time. It was like a creature's instinct. When they were on the verge of an extremely bad situation, they would let their consciousness enter a certain state and slowly cultivate themselves. Qing Yi was originally the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm. It was normal for her to cultivate and recover through this method. There's no need for you to waste your essence to nourish this epic tree sapling. Gu Changa thought for a moment and shook his head. Qing Yi didn't answer. She only tilted her head and looked at him. "Are you going to call me Aunt Qing or Qing Yi now?" she asked and changed the topic. "Is there a difference between these two names?" Gu Changa seemed to be a little helpless. "Of course there's a difference." Qing Yi smiled mischievously and said, "If you call me Aunt Qing, it means that you haven't recovered your memories. If you call me Qing Yi, it means that you should have remembered everything." Gu Changa shook his head and said, "Then I'll call you Qing Yi." Looks like a lot of things have happened in the upper realm and the immortal region during this period of time. That's great. I can feel your presence again. It's so reassuring. Qing Yi smiled when she heard that. Then she wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned her head against it. Gu Changa lowered his eyes and looked at her. His hand, which was about to land on her head, stiffened slightly. But after thinking about it, he still chose to place his hand on her head and stroked her hair gently. A lot of things have happened in the upper realm and the immortal region, but they should be within your expectations. It won't have too much of an effect on what happens later," he said softly. When he turned into the demon lord and walked through the vast universe with the identity of the Heaven Destroyer, he saved Qing Yi during the first calamity of the mountain and sea world. This woman, who had always been gentle and kind, had fallen into depravity from that moment onwards. However, he had always treated her as a chess piece that could be used and discarded at any time. Even during the dark years countless eons ago, he played along with her and played a good show with her. He deceived everyone and deceived them. However, even now, she did not know about it at all. She always thought that he was helping her. He even did not hesitate to become the demon in the eyes of the world, an evil person who brought disaster to the universe. He carried the crime of countless eons. Gu Changa had never felt guilty. But at that moment, for some reason, he could not bear to see her like this, as well as a sense of loss. Was it because he thought of Yu Mingkong, who had a similar experience? Jiang Chu Chu? Or Gu Xianer? Chapter 932. A hint of bewilderment appeared in Gu Changa's eyes, and it was one that even he found unbelievable. However, this change only lasted for an instant. Soon he regained his composure. He lowered his head and looked at Qing Yi, who was leaning against his waist. He reached out and gently stroked her hair. The two of them were silent, as if they were enjoying this rare moment of peace. "Looks like the higher realm and the immortal region have settled down. Then I can relax slightly." At that moment, Qing Yi suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. She was dignified and beautiful, and her eyes curved up as if she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Her original tiredness and fatigue were swept away at that moment. Not a single trace of it was left. Gu Changa nodded slightly and said with a smile, "For the past 100 years, the immortal region and the higher realm have indeed settled down in peace. I have also gotten rid of the unstable elements in the other world for the time being. However, it will still take some time for the true mountain and sea world to completely unite. Also, there should be hunters outside the vast expanse who have noticed this place. Perhaps they will soon descend upon the true mountain and sea world. With the true mountain and sea world's current strength and foundation, it will be very difficult for them to fight against them. Thank you for your hard work." Qing Yi nodded. She was not surprised by this. After losing my protection, the true mountain and sea world revealing the coordinates of the vast expanse is within my expectations. Over the years, I've made quite a few plans. The powerful warriors who died in the war against the heavens have all been successfully reincarnated. Before long, they will return from the cycle of reincarnation, but at that time, when she said this, she suddenly felt a little guilty. She also wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Gu Changa understood what she meant. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. Sooner or later it will be resolved. You know that I'm not someone who cares about such things." He could feel that Qing Yi's hands around his waist seemed to have tightened at this moment. "I'm sorry for making you bear the infamy and accusations for so long. Not only did I cause you to reincarnate, I also had to bear the endless curses and misunderstandings. Even your disciple from back then turned against you, much less the others. In the eyes of today's world, you are an out-and-out great devil who brings chaos to the heavens. You are the source of all destruction. However, I am the only one who knows that it is you who is bearing all of this. No one will understand you." Qing Yi's eyes were filled with sadness, guilt, and pain. But if she did not do this, then she truly did not know how she could save all the lives in the true mountain and sea world. How to protect the common people safely during the second cultivation tribulation. Therefore, he could only wrong the person he loved and give up his family for the greater good. As the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, she did not have many choices. Hearing this, Gu Changa only smiled gently and reached out to hug her, saying, "You don't have to apologize to me. This has nothing to do with you. Besides, wasn't I the one who suggested this idea? You don't have to feel guilty towards me. This will not only make you feel bad, but it will also make me feel bad." Hearing this, Qing-yi hugged him tightly, not knowing what to say. During the first cultivation tribulation, which was also the first war against the heavens, Gu Chang'e had appeared by accident and saved her from the hands of an ancient cultivator in the Void Tao realm who had gone through his second blight. At that time, Qing-yi had just stepped into the path of transcendence and had not even stabilized her realm. It was simply difficult for her to fight against those peerless people in the Void Tao realm who had already gone through a few disasters of Heaven's Blight. Gu Chang'e's appearance easily defeated those existences who were a disaster to the true mountain and sea world. To the true mountain and sea world, Void Tao realm was an unreachable land. At that time, only Qing-yi, who was the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, who had the power of Kismet and the power of the world, could fight against him. Even the heirs of the true mountain and sea world found it difficult to fight against him. To the true mountain and sea world, which was just a newborn true world, this sort of cultivation tribulation was no different from a world-ending disaster. Besides, there was an even more terrifying power behind those people in the Void Tao realm. To put it bluntly, if Gu Chang'e had not appeared during the first cultivation tribulation, the true mountain and sea world would not have been destroyed. Just like many newborn true worlds, they would have disappeared in the long river of time and would have been buried in the ruins of chaos. It would have been impossible for the immortal palace and the immortal domain after that to exist. The true mountain and sea world only has what it has today because of you. Qing-yi mumbled softly. Only those who had personally experienced all of this would understand what had happened in the past. That is all in the past. Right now, what you need to think about is how you will face the third cultivation tribulation. It is just like the disasters of Heaven's Blight. Each cultivation tribulation is a trial, and it is much more terrifying than the previous ones, Gu Chang'e said with a slight shake of his head. To cultivators, the disasters they had to face were the disasters of Heaven's Blight, from the first blight to the 9th blight. And to the true world, the disasters they had to face were the great reckoning of the cultivation tribulation. Even if they managed to avoid the first cultivation tribulation, there was still the second cultivation tribulation, the third cultivation tribulation. This was actually a process of continuously nurturing Gu. With each disasters of Heaven's Blight and cultivation tribulation, stronger cultivators and stronger true worlds would be nurtured. Then, during the Great Reckoning, they would reap the harvest. But since ancient times, there had never been a true world that managed to go through 9 cultivation tribulations. Not to mention becoming a true world. That was just a rumor. Becoming a true world would allow them to transcend the world and not be affected by the cultivation tribulations. They would truly be free for eternity. Many of the true worlds were planning for this. They wanted to annex the other true worlds so that they could become the only one. The third cultivation tribulation should be coming soon. When Qing-yi heard this, worry appeared in her eyes. The true mountain and sea world had yet to recover from the aftermath of the previous cultivation tribulation. She was still recovering, and yet the third cultivation tribulation was coming soon. This sort of terrifying pressure was truly suffocating. Because of that, Qing-yi considered using her own essence to nurture a sapling of the tree of Aeon in preparation for the third cultivation tribulation. At that time, even if the true mountain and sea world was destroyed, she would have a way to protect all the lives in the world and allow them to reincarnate. However, this process was still very long. The third cultivation tribulation is coming soon, Gu Chang'e said calmly. If we don't make preparations beforehand, then the true mountain and sea world might truly be destroyed this time. Qing-yi's eyes darkened. In the face of absolute power, all plans and preparations were useless. Using the current true mountain and sea world to fight against the third cultivation tribulation, that was no different from a fool's dream. The current true mountain and sea world might not even have a single cultivator who had stepped onto the path of transcendence. Their strength had yet to recover to before the first cultivation tribulation, and the third cultivation tribulation was much more terrifying than the first cultivation tribulation. You don't have to think too much about this. Gu Changa continued, speaking calmly. There are countless ancient worlds that are destroyed every day in this vast universe. All of this is part of a cycle. Unless an anomaly is born, it's impossible to break this cycle. But the birth of an anomaly is incredibly difficult. Even those ancient true worlds might not be able to give birth to even one anomaly after so many years. As a new true world, the true mountain and sea world can already be considered lucky to survive the second cultivation tribulation. His words were very realistic, but in Gu Changa's eyes, this was something that was destined to happen. In the past, it was impossible for him to say these words. But today his emotions were suddenly stirred up. He did not want Qing Yi to put in so much effort for no reason. Besides, in Gu Changa's original plan, the true mountain and sea world was supposed to be abandoned. Once its value was used up, what did its life and death have to do with him? In his eyes, there was not much difference between the true mountain and sea world and the ancient worlds that were destroyed every day in the vast universe. He could easily protect the people around him. Even if the final showdown arrived, it would not be a problem. That was why in Gu Changa's eyes, there was no need for Qing Yi to put in so much effort for this. Of course, he also knew that this method was indeed selfish. It was the same as not caring about Qing Yi's feelings, but I can't ignore the lives of the true mountain and sea world. I am the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world. Qing Yi knew what Gu Changa meant, but she still shook her head. Her heart was very firm. Gu Changa did not speak. He had already said what he needed to say. This time, he came to the land of reincarnation to find Qing Yi only to confirm one thing. She was indeed setting up the land of reincarnation, but it did not involve the entire universe. Just like Luo Yanqi outside the hall, her reincarnation had nothing to do with Qing Yi. In other words, there was someone else in charge of everything in the dark, trying to make the powerful people who had died return. As for who this person was, Gu Changa was still not sure. Since you came to find me, then help me treat my injuries while you're at it. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Qing Yi's face. She raised her eyes and looked at Gu Changa. Her fair and flawless face was suffused with a layer of faint rosy glow. Gu Changa was slightly stunned. He did not understand what she meant. You've injured your essence. If you want to recover, you'll need a long time. Then he reacted and could not help but chuckle. The curtain fluttered and a mortal fog filled the hall. The spring light was bright and beautiful. A few days later, Gu Changa left the hall. He did not bring little Plenilune with him. Qing Yi had also woken up. Although she had not completely recovered, her injuries were much better than before. She did not need to fall into a deep sleep to recover. However, Qing Yi did not plan to leave the reincarnation lake yet. Gu Changa originally planned to let her appear and let the survivors of the immortal palace appear. But now that he thought about it, whether those survivors appeared or not did not have much to do with him. As for the disaster that the true mountain and sea world was about to face, he thought about it for a while and decided to take action. He could use this opportunity to organize the heaven-slaying alliance that he had considered before. In the War of the Heavens, Gu Changa indeed needed such a force to raise the flag of the heaven-slaying alliance and gather the vast power of the heavens. The current true mountain and sea world was the predecessor of the heaven-slaying alliance. Luo Yanqi and the Moon King waited for him outside the reincarnation lake. They did not stay long at the crown of the epic tree. Gu Changa did not mention anything about Qing Yi. The two women were very tactful and did not dare to ask. They could also tell that Gu Changa and the former Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace had a secret past that no one knew about. Perhaps there was a reason for the destruction of the Immortal Palace. After returning to the Immortal region, Gu Changa asked the Moon King to gather the other Immortal Kings and station them outside the vast battlefield. At the same time, he asked them to inform the various immortal realms that within 100 years, the immortal region would welcome a world-destroying catastrophe. Everyone might die. The hunters from the vast ocean would cross over and descend upon the true mountain and sea world. Their strength was terrifying, far beyond what the world could imagine. They would sacrifice everything. At that time, even the immortal kings would not be able to escape. This news was spread by the various immortal king clans. It immediately caused an uproar in the various immortal realms, and all living beings were terrified. 100 years was not long, but it was not short either. In the eyes of powerful cultivators, it was just a snap of the fingers. This news quickly swept through the various realms like a hurricane. Even the upper realm was not spared. All the orthodoxies and cultivators fell into shock and unease. This was news that was personally spread by the immortal kings. How could it be fake? Although some people doubted the authenticity of the news, soon, the matter of the strange phenomenon at the end of the world many years ago was spread by many clans in the immortal region. At that time, the world seemed to have faded, turning into a foam-like substance. The vast ocean pounced over and surged at the end of the endless world. The blurry traces of the ancient warship illuminated the heavens, and there seemed to be a terrifying demonic shadow that had never changed since ancient times. Several ancient true immortals who had a deep understanding of ancient history and had specially studied the vast ocean also asserted that it was the sign of a great calamity. Such a strange phenomenon had appeared in many universes before, causing everyone to tremble and be terrified. The immortal region had finally calmed down with great difficulty, and now they were going to encounter another world-destroying catastrophe. Moreover, even the high and mighty immortal kings were not spared. What about ordinary cultivators? It was probably as the news said, that they were turned into ashes in an instant. They did not even have the right to be sacrificed. This news caused the various universes in the immortal region to fall into an atmosphere of chaos, fear, and unease. Could it be that the current prosperous era was about to come to an end so soon? They were unwilling to accept this at all. Chapter 933. 100 years of time, for cultivators, really was just the blink of an eye. Even if it was an ordinary cultivator, a single round of seclusion would easily last 1,000 years, perhaps even 10,000 years. There was even less of a need to talk about those with profound cultivations. They truly feared that when they woke up the next day, a great calamity would descend. Everyone felt a sense of urgency and uneasiness, not doubting the authenticity of these words. Many immortal king families were making preparations for this, preparing to face this great calamity. Those as powerful as immortal kings were all sacrifices. The entire world, all universes would be sacrificed. At that time, ordinary creatures didn't even have the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder. After learning of all of this, it really made one feel despair and unwillingness. Apart from the immortal king families, the other ancient inheritances, powers with true immortals overseeing them were also making preparations, trying to see if they could leave a mortal domain through the boundless battlefield. This included the foreign realm side. When they received news, the foreign realm's immortal kings who previously served immortal domain's heavenly court were all terrified and uneasy. They thought of the Emperor clan ancestors, who left with their clansmen a long time ago. They abandoned the foreign realm, as if they had long guessed that in the near future, immortal domain and the foreign realm would suffer an unprecedented, terrifying calamity. All of the universes were surrounded in an atmosphere of uneasiness and fear. This is clearly an incomparably prosperous great world. So why did this type of thing happen? With several immortal kings personally speaking, isn't this the same as giving all of us the death penalty? In many of immortal domain's ancient cities, there were younger generation individuals who were unwilling to accept this, muttering softly, fists tightly clenched. They hadn't grown up yet, still a bit of distance from the immortal Tao realm. They clearly saw hope in the present world, yet now they were instead given despair. How could they accept this? Luo King Manor's Luo Xian also had a bitter expression at the corners of his lips. He already obtained confirmation from Luo King Manor's old ancestor. This great calamity would descend in, at most, 100 years. Those supreme existences, trekking through the boundless sea, were definitely not something immortal kings could contend against. Moreover, their numbers were still unknown. Now that Heavenly Court is ruling the world, could it be that that person doesn't care about immortal domain? Someone clenched his teeth, thinking of Guchanga, who sat high up in the depths of Heavenly Court, overlooking all life. Since he was so powerful, why couldn't he stop all of this? There were actually quite a few cultivators who had such thoughts. However, most of them felt that although Guchanga ruled the immortal domains and established the Heavenly Court, it didn't mean that he cared about the lives of the people in the 380 immortal domains. After all, before the Forbidden Era, he had personally destroyed the immortal domains. Moreover, in the face of this calamity, perhaps even Guchanga would not be able to do anything. Many cultivators felt bitter, their hearts filled with sorrow. It was as if they could already see the arrival of that day. The originally flourishing age dimmed and came to an end. Everything returned to ruins. The various universes of the mortal realms were enveloped in such an atmosphere. Many of the geniuses who had originally planned to make a name for themselves felt their hearts sink. They had lost the will to compete. It was the same for the upper realm as well. Those geniuses who had embarked on the Emperor's path early on in an attempt to prove their Tao were in an indescribable state of mind. All of a sudden, it was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on their shoulders, making it hard for them to breathe. Within the Fuyan realm, the immortal palace remnant clan, who had already regained their peace, also received this news. Grandpa! Xin Shuang stood in the palace and held the old city lord's hand tightly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Although she knew that the old city lord was not her biological grandfather, she had always treated him as her grandfather. But now he was really going to pass away in meditation. He only had one breath left. There were still many elders standing in the palace. Their faces were filled with unbearable grief as they sighed softly. Cough, cough! The world has turned to ruins. Looks like the calamity this time has really come true. But it's laughable that it didn't happen to that person. Instead, it happened outside the vast expanse. The old city lord was coughing. His breathing was thin, and his voice was extremely weak. His heart was also filled with bitterness. All along, he had thought that the calamity foretold by his ancestor would come true on Guchanga. But he did not expect that Guchanga would not make things difficult for them. The real calamity was actually outside the vast expanse. The true mountain and sea world, which had lost its protection, would be exposed to the darkness and attract the hunters who were trekking in the vast expanse. The hearts of the people in the palace were also filled with indescribable bitterness. They had already learned the truth of the calamity from the old city lord. Before the forbidden epoch, there was no concept of the celestial domain or the upper realm. They were all called the true mountain and sea world. Outside the true mountain and sea world, there was a boundless, vast expanse. Countless ancient realms were born within it. Realms were born and realms were destroyed. The true mountain and sea world was just one of them. In the vast expanse, immortal kings only had the right to cross it. The so-called hunters, who were eyeing the true mountain and sea world, were existences that were much stronger and more terrifying than immortal kings. Once these hunters arrived in the true mountain and sea world, they would use it as a hunting ground. They would sacrifice everything to welcome the world behind them and swallow everything. At that time, everything in the celestial domain would be sacrificed. No one would be spared. While Xin Shuang was grieving, she could not help but feel a little lost. Was she still determined to take revenge at this time? When the nest was overturned, no egg would remain intact. Outside of Floating Flame Realm, similar scenes were happening in many ancient realms and small worlds in the celestial domain. In the endless sea race, Ao Ling was explaining things to several immortal kings. These immortal kings were the true foundation of the sea race, and they had only recovered recently. Ao Ling was the little princess of the dragon race, and her father was once the ancestor, true dragon. Her status was indescribably high. The secrets she knew were far from what these immortal kings could compare to. Before the disaster descends this time, my brothers might return. If we can't hide in time, then we can only think of a way to leave. Leave the celestial domain. Ao Ling's voice was a little heavy. She was someone who had personally experienced the first calamity and came from the era of innate legends. Her seniority was unimaginable. Hence, she knew very well what kind of people the hunters who crossed the vast expanse were. They were definitely not people the current True Mountain and Sea World could contend against. From the beginning, there was no room for negotiation or possibility. Are we really going to give up on our land? The immortal kings could not hide the grief on their faces. This meant that they would have to leave their homeland and leave this place. Moreover, what kind of dangers would they encounter during the migration? No one was sure. Even if the entire race migrated, at least 90% of them would die on the way. If it was not for the fact that they had no choice, they would not be willing to do so. A long time ago, my father had this premonition and left behind many methods. The dragon race does not only have a legacy in the True Mountain and Sea World. We can follow the path he left behind and migrate to other ancient worlds to search for other races. Ao Ling was unprecedentedly calm. She was the backbone of the entire sea race. She might seem young, but all the immortal kings listened to her and waited for her decision. Her decision was also the last resort. Otherwise, the entire sea race would be buried with the celestial region. The entire immortal domain was filled with such an atmosphere of unease and fear. Every day that passed was torture for every single person. Many immortal kings received orders to stand guard in the vast expanse battlefield and pay close attention to the scene outside the vast expanse. Recently, everyone felt that time was like a knife that cut down every day. It was incomparably torturous, and every day felt like a year. The curtains of the future calamity had been lifted. Ordinary people could do nothing but wait quietly for the calamity to descend. Under this kind of atmosphere, a shadow was cast over the hearts of the various races and orthodoxies. Everyone quieted down. Even living beings and cultivators with average cultivation bases seemed to have sensed that there seemed to be a terrifying existence in the distant sky. It was approaching and would soon descend. The powerhouses of the various races, including some immortal kings, went to the heavenly court to visit and seek a solution. However, they were told that Guchanga was not in the heavenly court. They were extremely disappointed. They already knew that the news of the calamity was spread by the Moon Prince and the others under Guchanga's orders. They thought that Guchanga was going to make a decision to help the celestial region avoid this calamity. However, now he was nowhere to be seen. They did not know where he was. While they were bitter, a shadow was cast over their hearts. In the land of the immortal region's king family, Anaichen, who had a lot of his lifespan taken away by Guchanga in the upper realm, had almost recovered. Naturally, he also knew about the news that had spread in the celestial region. This was out of his expectations. He originally thought that this news would be kept secret by Guchanga and the others and would not be made public. After all, it would cause all the living beings in the celestial region to be anxious and uneasy, and there was a high possibility that it would cause chaos. But this is also good. Letting all living beings know about this beforehand is also a good thing for me. As long as I can possess the True Mountain and Sea World and become the new True Spirit, I can protect this world and hide the coordinates of the True Mountain and Sea World. Those hunters will not be able to come. Only I and Aichin can save the True Mountain and Sea World. I am the only savior. And Aichen's eyes sparkled. Then he waved his hand and had the heroic spirits of his ancestors appear. He discussed with them and made preparations for this. With his current level of cultivation, he was still far from being able to possess the True Mountain and Sea World. That was why he had to use the power of the heroic spirits of his ancestors to completely control the Wong family. Then he would gradually invade the True Mountain and Sea World. These 100 years were definitely more than enough for an Aichin. In the depths of the divine kingdom in the upper realm, compared to the fear and uneasiness in the various universes, this place was much quieter. It was not affected or disturbed by the outside world at all. I have already ordered people to search for the immortal palace's treasures. If there are no accidents, we will find them soon. Yumingkong said softly. She was busy cultivating and did not know much about the many things that had happened during this period of time. However, since Gu Changa told her not to worry about it, she had nothing to worry about. As long as Gu Changa was around, she would be at ease. The immortal palace's treasures are actually not important. If we find them, it can be considered as ending one of our obsessions. Gu Changa smiled. After all, he had put in a lot of effort to gather the 7 artifacts of heaven wielding. Right now, the various forces in the celestial region and the upper world seemed to be preparing for their deaths. When they learned that the disaster was about to descend, they were filled with panic and unease. Even the Gu family was the same. However, since Gu Changa asked people to spread the news, he naturally had a plan. It was impossible for him to say that the people around him would really die in the disaster. He had spread this news in advance because he had another purpose. He wanted to completely force those big guys out of hiding. Not long after, Gu Changa unexpectedly saw an old friend. It seems that you have obtained an unexpected inheritance during this period of time. He smiled and gestured for the other party to sit down. There was no need to act like a gentleman like before. Yan Ji, when he was in the lower realm, was the first son of Destiny's golden finger that he had met. She lived in his ring. Later on, she was persuaded by Gu Changa to follow him and be brought to the upper realm together. However, as time went by, Gu Changa didn't have as much contact with her as before. He could not remember how long it had been since he saw Yan Ji. The last time he saw her seemed to be after the end of the expedition in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, or after his wedding. The current Yan Ji's cultivation was actually close to the level of a quasi-immortal king. There was a faint, majestic aura between her brows, like that of a peerless goddess. I accidentally stumbled into an ancient space-time crack and obtained the inheritance of a natural god named Zhu Rong. He claimed to be my ancestor. Yan Ji briefly recounted her experience. Even she herself felt that it was surreal and unbelievable. Of course, she knew a lot of things from the inheritance of that ancestor. This was because her ancestor had fallen in the first war of the heavens. He could be considered one of the first gods born in the mountain sea realm. When he was at his peak, his cultivation had surpassed the immortal emperor realm. She also knew about the war of the heavens and the calamity. This time, she came to find Gu Changa to ask if there was anything she could do to help. This disaster involved the entire immortal region and the upper realm. No living creature in any universe could escape. With your current cultivation, you can't help much. Gu Changa only shook his head. Yan Ji was only close to the level of a quasi-immortal king. Even if she became an immortal king and was comparable to her ancestor, Zhu Rong, she could not change anything. Chapter 934. Yan Ji's expression was a little gloomy. She had obtained the inheritance from Zhu Rong, the innate god who claimed to be her ancestor. She knew quite a lot about the truth and secrets of the current world. Every few epochs, a real world would face a calamity called the cataclysm. During this cataclysm, all living beings and cultivators would be punished. From then on, civilization would be destroyed, inheritance would be cut off, and everything would return to chaos. After countless years, new life would be born from chaos, and the cycle would repeat itself. Even if one was lucky enough to survive this cataclysm, there would be a second, third, until the day when the world was truly destroyed. During the journey of cultivation, cultivators would experience many tribulations and setbacks. This cataclysm was the test and trial that the will of the heavens had for the world. The will of the heavens was not benevolent and treated all living beings as dogs. No matter what kind of living being it was, before the cataclysm, there was no difference. Whether one's cultivation base was strong or weak, they would all be punished. According to the inheritance that Yen Ji knew, after the previous cataclysm, the real mountain and sea world had fallen into decline. Even after countless years, it had not completely recovered. Now, in the vast expanse outside the real mountain and sea world, there was a hunter who was about to descend. It was not something that the remaining powerful cultivators could resist. While she was on her way to find Gu Changa, she had already heard about the rumors in various places and witnessed the fear and uneasiness in various places. In the past, the ancestor Zhu Rong was dissatisfied with the will of the heavens and tried to fight against it. During the first cataclysm, his body and soul were destroyed. If Yen Ji had not accidentally obtained his inheritance, she might not have known about this secret hidden in the real history. When the cataclysm descends this time, what should we do? Should we watch as this world is destroyed and sacrificed? Yen Ji did not understand and asked Gu Changa. Gu Changa's background and identity were not important to her. If Gu Changa had not recognized her, brought her to the upper realm, and helped her rebuild her physical body, she would not be who she was now. Yen Ji had always been a grateful person. Since he had chosen to follow Gu Changa, it was impossible for him to change his mind. Therefore, even though she had heard many bad rumors and criticisms about Gu Changa over the years, she did not pay too much attention to them. In her heart, Gu Changa was still the young master who had done her a great favor. The true mountain and sea world won't be destroyed so easily. At that time, some people will not be able to hold themselves back and show up to fight against it. You don't have to worry about this. Everything is still under my control. Gu Changa gently shook his head. Yen Ji had been with him for a long time, so there was no harm in telling her some things. The arrival of the hunters outside of the vast expanse was also Gu Changa using them as bait in an attempt to catch some big fish. Countless years had passed since the first war of the heavens, from the age of innate legends to the age of immortal investiture, to the beginning of immortal ancient, one ancient era after another passed, and then to the forbidden era after the second calamity. During such a long period of time, Gu Changa did not believe that there were no old fellows who had been hibernating. During the first war of the heavens, the true mountain and sea world had suffered great losses. However, under the protection of Qing Yi, the true spirits of many powerful warriors had been able to safely reincarnate. However, before the Forbidden Era, these powerful warriors had not shown themselves. Even now, the mortal realm had already fallen to the point of fragmentation, and immortal kings could control several universes. They still did not show themselves hiding in the dark. No one knew where they were hiding. Gu Changa had spread the news of the hunters in the vast expanse to the entire world long ago because he wanted to lure them out. He had tried to do so before, but these people were too steadfast and were not willing to show themselves. Therefore, Gu Changa had no choice but to give them a big one. Unless they really wanted to watch in the dark as the true mountain and sea world was destroyed and sacrificed. Young master, you expected this? Yen Ji was a little surprised, but more than that, she was pleasantly surprised. Since all of this was under Gu Changa's control, it meant that he had expected this a long time ago. So what else did she have to worry about? The entire upper realm and the immortal region were shrouded in this uneasy atmosphere. 100 years would pass very quickly. Even if they were to find a way out at this time, it would be too late. Many races and forces were anxious and fell into despair. Some places even showed signs of chaos, burning, killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of crimes, no matter what the consequences were. They only wanted a day of enjoyment. This was especially so in the remote areas of the universe that were very far away from the center of the upper realm. Order collapsed, and the rules did not exist. No one cared about the so-called restrictions anymore. Although the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the divine nation and the heavenly court took action to suppress the chaos, they gradually became powerless. In the end, the divine nation and the heavenly court did not care anymore. In the eyes of the world, it was obvious that they could not take care of themselves and did not have the extra energy to care about these trivial matters. Even many forces that had submitted to the divine nation did not listen to the restrictions at this time. They began to seek a way out. They felt that within 100 years, the catastrophe would descend and no one could survive. The powerful divine nation and the heavenly court had many immortal kings overseeing them. They were personally founded by Gu Changa. However, in the face of this catastrophe, they still seemed powerless. It was difficult for them to resist. Under such an atmosphere, the immortal region and the upper realm were completely chaotic. Many ancient cities became restless. Many cultivators and living beings died in this chaos. The stable situation that had been maintained with great difficulty completely collapsed. Everywhere was in turmoil. Many immortal worlds, imperishable orthodoxies, and even the immortal king families of the immortal region began to shrink their territories on a large scale and evacuate to small worlds, trying to preserve the flames of hope as much as possible. In every universe, the rumbling of ancient warships could be heard. There were supreme experts opening the way, trying to migrate to some desolate, small worlds to take refuge there. There were also orthodoxies who chose to live in seclusion. They wanted to be like many of the previous life forbidden zones, standing alone in the mortal world and not caring about the world. However, at this time, even the rulers of the life forbidden zones had woken up and were too busy to take care of themselves. This catastrophe would engulf the entire true mountain and sea world, not just the upper realm or the immortal region. Unless they left the true mountain and sea world and traveled across the vast expanse, they would not be able to escape. Gu Changa sat calmly at the peak of the divine nation, overlooking the changes in the various worlds and universes. His emotions did not change much. The current chaos was just the beginning. It had not truly affected the imperishable orthodoxies. When the imperishable orthodoxies and even the immortal Tao forces began to stir, it would be the true prelude to the chaos in the immortal region and the upper realm. During this time, the divine nation and the heavenly court could only barely maintain order and peace in the surrounding territories. After all, there was no one who was truly stupid enough to cause trouble in the territories of the divine nation and the heavenly court at this time. Looking at the foundation that we worked so hard to build over the years on the verge of collapse, I feel quite upset. Yin Mei's emotions were very complicated. She could be said to have witnessed the beginning of this chaos with her own eyes. Over the years, she had contributed greatly to the divine nation being able to quickly control the various heavens and stabilize the situation. She had done many things personally. Just like that, she had watched the order of the various heavens collapse and the various universes fall into chaos. She still couldn't bear it. The once peaceful and stable situation really seemed to be gone forever. There is no such thing as an imperishable nation in this world. Rather than saying that this is collapse, it would be better to say that this is a new life. Order can be rebuilt. Even if the universe is destroyed, it can be reborn. This calamity may be able to bring new vitality to this world. Gu Changa shook his head slightly. He swept his gaze across the entire vast universe, except for the territories of the divine nation and the heavenly court, which were still relatively stable. Various degrees of chaos had occurred in the territories of the other orthodoxies. Even in the immortal region, several immortal kings had gone to the vast expanse battlefield to guard it, leading to many battles in the various universes. Many true immortals fought, affecting many of the surrounding territories. Many innocent beings died tragically. Everywhere was a scene of doomsday. Bring new vitality, but many people will also die. Yin Mei gazed at the vast sea of clouds outside the hall. The divine nation stood at the peak of the upper realm. It could overlook the changes in the various universes and feel the subtle changes in this world. This catastrophe had yet to truly descend, but its influence had already spread to the various worlds and universes, the 8 desolates, 10 regions, and many of the surrounding ancient realms. 0, The boundary monument sea was the sea that bordered the upper realm and 8 desolates 10 regions. It was boundless. Only the many broken boundary monuments that stood tall told of its ancient desolation. Many ancient realms that had been destroyed in the Great War were buried amidst these waves. They floated up and down, but were showing signs of drying up. Many years had passed since the Upper Realms crusade against the 8 desolates 10 regions. Now, the 8 desolates 10 regions on the other side of the boundary monument sea had long returned to the Upper Realms territory. The orthodoxies that participated in the crusade against the 8 desolates 10 regions had divided the vast territories of the 8 desolates 10 regions. The true ruler of the 8 desolates 10 regions was the dear Empyrean maiden, who sat on the shore of the boundary monument sea in heavenly dear city. Her identity was very special. During the war between the 8 desolates 10 regions and the upper realm, for some reason, she submitted to Guchanga. Therefore, as the guardian goddess of heavenly dear city, her actions made many cultivators and beings in the 8 desolates 10 regions despise her. However, later on, it was indeed because of the dear Empyrean maiden that the 8 desolates 10 regions were safe from the upper realm slaughter. At this moment, the dear Empyrean maiden stood on top of a tower in heavenly dear city, frowning as she looked in the direction of the boundary monument sea. After being brought back by Guchanga from the immortal region, she returned to heavenly dear city to stabilize her cultivation base. She had heard many rumors and news in the outside world, but it seemed to have spread very far. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 0-inch the boundary monument sea has dried up. During this time, there have been strange movements. The dear Empyrean maiden looked in the direction of the boundary monument sea. Large patches of the seabed were revealed, forming terrifying rifts. Previously, because of the boundary monument sea's existence, it was filled with endless chaotic aura, and many broken ancient worlds floated up and down. Meanwhile, as that place dried up, those floating ancient realms were also destroyed, disappearing without a trace. Looking at it now, it looked like a pile of broken graveyards. Many places were covered with weathered corpses. They were terrifyingly white and hadn't dried up for many years. There were also places densely covered with craters, like an independent small world. It was hard to imagine that the boundary monument sea would have such a scene. In the middle, it was a scene of desolation. This place seemed to have been destroyed by a shocking battle a long time ago. Stars fell one after another, smashing endless craters in this place. It was vast and boundless, like another universe. Death was the eternal theme, and the broken places were endless black earth. During this time, there were strange movements in the boundary monument sea. Some people heard the sound of mountains and seas, while others heard soldiers galloping and fighting in the starry sky. This place used to be a battlefield. Are those old friends who fought side by side with me still here? If you all are still here, then I reckon you all won't be able to hide anymore. An old man whose entire body was as white as snow, and even his beard was white, silently appeared in this place. He carried regret and reminiscence as he walked through the dried-up boundary monument sea. The earth beneath his feet was full of cracks, full of fiendish energy and killing intent that hadn't scattered yet. One could see just how bitter and terrifying the battle here was. The territory here was vast and boundless. One could see a bit from the craters created by the countless stars smashing into it. There were some world-shocking, great rift valleys that directly ran through the entire ground. It was unknown where the white-clothed elder came from, but he walked through this place like a lonely ghost, heading towards the depths of the boundless territory step by step. He spoke many ancient words from his mouth, cryptic and difficult to understand, as if he was calling out to something. The deeper places were simply like corpse pits, large amounts of corpses buried within. Some of them still wore armor, underworld metal divine clothes, many parts of their bodies pierced through by terrifying weapons, the blood long dried up. He walked through the endless black earth, All he saw was destruction. Rivers of blood, corpses, and many coffins could often be seen underground. Finally, in a terrifying crater that seemed to have been formed by a terrifying giant hand, the white-clothed elder stopped. He looked at the small mound of earth inside. It seemed to be a lonely grave without a name, and he didn't know when it was built. "Tuing, are you still alive?" He looked at the small mound of earth and asked. Chapter 935. This place could actually be called Underworld Earth. There were corpses and ancient coffins everywhere, as well as shattered weapons and armors. Many places were small mounds of unknown origin. It was unknown who built these small graves, but they had experienced countless years. The white-clothed elder was like a lonely ghost walking through this place. Then he stopped before a small grave, speaking with a bit of sorrow and nostalgia. "Tuing, are you still alive?" His voice was hoarse, speaking a type of language that was difficult to understand in the present era, but it contained great sorrow and sentimentality. In the spacious underground depths, many small graves towered, but there were no weeds, nor were there any tombstones. It looked like a nameless grave, but just like this, it was full of sorrow. No one replied to the white-clothed elder's words. He was the only one standing here all alone. Then he released a long sigh, his figure gradually fading away. "I guarded your graves for countless years, personally burying you all. But I know that one day you all will return. Tuing, you were the general that was most valued by the Great One. Your strength great, the one with the greatest hope of taking that step. I refuse to believe that you really died in that battle. You should be just like me, still alive, right?" Back then, the battle against the heavens was so heroic. The white-clothed elder's eyes were full of sadness, reaching out his hand, landing on the small grave before him. His name was Ming, could only be considered an elder who guarded the graves of his past comrades, doing this generation after generation, never leaving. However, in terms of origins, it could be traced back to countless great eras ago, to the time known as the Innate Legend era. He was also like his past comrades, dying in the war against the heavens. His body was in pieces, weapons exploding, battle robes dyed in blood, falling from the sky. However, after countless years, he actually woke up here alone. What entered his eyes was the bitter battlefield of that battle. Only, it seemed like an extremely long time had passed. This place was completely desolate, without any signs of life. Everyone was dead, corpses piled up in all directions. Many ancient realms were struck down, falling to this place. He buried the corpses of many of his comrades, guarding their graves in this place, hoping that one day in the future he would see them wake up. Only, this type of hope became fainter and fainter, not even knowing if it could be realized. Ming didn't know why he woke up after so many years. He clearly remembered that he had fought against a terrifying being from the vast expanse. In the end, they had both perished. That battle was too bitter, the heavens collapsing, the earth destroyed. The terrifying millstone of destruction was slowly pushing over from afar. Every time it rotated, the entire world would be obliterated, collapsing and exploding. Countless living beings would be turned into ashes. Powerful connate races were also annihilated by the millstone of destruction. Powerful beings like the true dragons and true phoenixes were also insignificant and powerless as they withered and fell. They used the power of the world to counterattack the heavens, intending to attack the heavens. Just how majestic was this? The boundless amount of creatures didn't care about their own lives as they slaughtered their way over. The entire world was shaken by this. What a pity! That battle was still a failure. Many people died. A bitter expression appeared on the corners of Ming's mouth, and her aged face was filled with unwillingness. When he woke up many years later, he didn't even know what had happened back then. He didn't know what had happened to the world after that battle. What was the result of the War of the Heavens? So what if there were living beings? This is the last time I'll sweep your grave. Old friend, it's time for me to leave this place. The living beings outside the vast expanse will descend upon this world again. Although I've decayed, I still have the power to fight." In the end, Ming sat there for a long time before he got up to leave. Before he left, he let out a long sigh and looked at the horizon in the distance, full of nostalgia. Although he had been guarding the grave of his former comrade on the dry seabed of the Boundary Monument Sea, it didn't mean that he didn't know what had happened in the outside world. The white-robed elder's figure flashed, and he left this underworld-like area and walked toward the sea outside the Boundary Monument Sea. He did not believe that apart from him, everyone else had died in that battle. There were many powerful Khanate gods, true dragons, true phoenixes, Kirans, and other powerful races. Even now, there seemed to be traces and bloodlines left, which meant that the result of that battle might not be as tragic as imagined. At this moment, a woman in a white dress was waiting on the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. When she saw the white-robed elder's figure appear on the sea, she stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Master, I've driven away all the cultivators and living beings that came to surround us. The Boundary Monument Sea hasn't been calm recently. Perhaps there will be some changes." The woman in the white dress was tall and slender, and her face was very delicate. If Guchanga was here, he would be a little surprised, because this woman in the white dress looked very similar to Gu Xian. Of course, he also recognized this woman in the white dress. She was Gu Xian, Oi's biological sister, Shin Xian. Back then, Gu Changa had personally gone to the Shin family in the Tianlan domain to find Gu Xian, Oi's biological parents. At that time, Gu Xian, Oi's parents, had already given birth to a sister for her, named Shin Xian. Many things had happened in the Shen family. Gu Changa had taken advantage of the situation to get rid of Li Xiu, the son of Destiny who had returned from the War Immortal sect. The son of Destiny named Li Xiu and Shin Xian had a lot of entanglements because of the engagement. However, this was something that had happened before the conquest of the 8 Desolates and 10 regions. The Tianlan domain was not far from the Boundary Monument Sea. It could be considered as the outpost of the upper domain when the conquest of the 8 Desolates and 10 regions was carried out. Many years had passed since that battle. The budding young girl back then had now grown into a slender and elegant woman. The old man in white stepped on the waves and walked to the shore. All the nostalgia and emotions from before had disappeared. They had become cold and stern. When he heard this, he only nodded and did not say much. The woman in front of him was the disciple he had taken in after he left the Boundary Monument Sea and walked the world. As for why he had taken her in as a disciple, the old man in white thought it was very strange. It was as if there was some kind of connection between them. This was because this woman's appearance was very similar to the peerless female war immortal who had led them out of the vast expanse. At first, the old man in white could not help but feel a little confused. He was in a daze. It was hard to imagine, and he wondered if she was the reincarnation of that person. However, later on he realized that he was just thinking too much. Perhaps it was just a flower with a similar face. That was all. Although he had woken up many years later, he had not returned to his peak. However, in this era, he was still a well-deserved, peerless figure. His cultivation was unparalleled, and even the heaven and earth rules of the upper domain could not suppress him. Therefore, he only slightly revealed his unfathomable strength and took in the woman in front of him as a disciple. He taught her carefully. Her name was Shin Xian. She was the favored daughter of the Shin clan in the Tianlan domain. Her cultivation was also considered to be the best among her peers. This also made the old man in white feel a little relieved. He realized that she was indeed a good seedling. Moreover, her heart towards the Tao was unprecedentedly strong and firm. After knowing that the upper domain was going to suffer a great calamity, she still did not waver. She was also not dejected like other cultivators and blamed the heavens. This temperament was very rare, and it made the old man in white very satisfied. Although it was impossible for her to be the reincarnation of that person, this similar appearance and firm Tao heart still made him feel very emotional. That person back then could be considered a rising star that he had seen with his own eyes. She was born to face the calamity. Unfortunately, she was born at the wrong time. If she was given more time, she might really change something. Let's go. There's nothing unusual under the Boundary Monument Sea. The phenomenon here has little to do with the bottom of the Boundary Monument Sea. It might be the weapon fragments that fell in the Boundary Monument Sea that caused the phenomenon. The old man in white called Ming came back to his senses and shook his head gently. Then he took Xin Xian and left. He planned to let Xin Xian return to her family and say goodbye to her parents. Then he would take her to the immortal domain and personally see the vast battlefield. What kind of calamity was this? Was it going to affect the world? Xin Xian followed behind Ming. Her gaze was incomparably firm. She had already known her master's intentions and was not afraid at all. Her heart towards the Tao was very firm. A long time ago, she had told her parents that she would not marry in this life and would always accompany the divine path alone. The mysterious master in front of her had an extremely ancient origin and was untraceable. His strength was even more unfathomable. Shen Xian personally watched him walk out from the depths of the Boundary Monument Sea. Many of the broken ancient realms that rose and fell calmed down under his feet. Even the aftermath of the great Tao was eliminated. This kind of method was beyond imagination. It was not something that ordinary immortal Tao figures could compare to. Therefore, after serious consideration, she agreed to take him as her master and cultivate with him. This time, the calamity of the world had arrived and shook the world. No living beings could be spared. This mysterious master had finally decided to come out. He was going to the vast battlefield and might not return. He asked Xin Xian to stay in the Tianlan realm and not follow him. However, Xin Xian refused. She was not afraid of death. Moreover, if she went to the immortal domain and personally experienced this level of battle, she would not have any regrets. Shan Xian did not want to live under the halo of her sister Guxian. She also had her own goals. The great upheaval of the world. Scenes like this were actually happening everywhere. In some of the forbidden zones that had long been hidden from the world and had been sealed for a long time, strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the depths. A huge origin stone in the corner cracked open. The layers of stone peeled off. The momentum was shocking. Then, thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious pillars, heaven and earth rumbled. The great Tao hummed as if an auspicious beast was about to descend into the world again. Thick, immortal fog drowned that place, alarming all the living beings in the forbidden zone. In the end, a blurry figure walked out. He raised his head and roared, almost causing the stars in the sky to fall. Endless chaotic chi rushed into the sky and spread to the desolate universe. On a desolate mountain, there was an old temple that had been in disrepair for a long time. It was desolate and uninhabited. Now, there was a thick light diffusing from it. It was like a sacred pure land that drowned the nearby mountain range. The sculptures in the ancient temple seemed to come to life and began to crack. There were vague living beings that were about to walk out. In a remote mountain village, there was a sloppy old Taoist at the entrance of the village all year round. He often deceived the villagers. He said that he was actually the reincarnation of a great figure from ancient times. As long as he was given a hot bun, he would be conferred the title of a celestial lord when he cultivated again. No villagers were willing to believe him. However, there were children who often listened to his stories and were tricked by him into taking away the candied haws in their hands. Now he was drunk and lying on a large bluestone mountain at the entrance of the village, looking up at the boundless sky. Under his messy hair, his eyes were extremely deep. "The sky is about to change," the old Taoist muttered to himself. He raised his head and drank all the wine in the wine gourd. Then he smacked his lips. A villager passing by heard him and couldn't help but shake his head. He's drunk again. He's starting to talk nonsense. However, as he spoke, the villager looked up at the sky and found that the mountain in the distance was a little dark. Many thick, dark clouds seemed to be floating over. Hey, the sky is really changing. I have to go home and collect the clothes. He scratched the back of his head. He didn't expect this crazy Taoist to be able to see the sky change. I have to go. The crazy Taoist didn't care about the villager passing by. He seemed to be still muttering to himself. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a white waterfall. It turned into a small sword the size of a palm. It expanded with the wind and landed in the void in the blink of an eye. This old Taoist is going. As his voice fell, he leaped up and stood on the flying immortal with his hands behind his back. He stepped on the air and left. His Taoist robe fluttered, and his sloppy appearance was swept away. He looked quite sage-like. What? The villager below opened his eyes wide and looked at this scene in disbelief. He almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. After a long time, he reacted and shouted to the surroundings, "Immortal! Immortal! Immortal!" Many villagers heard the news and rushed over. However, no one was willing to believe him. They thought that he was crazy and talking nonsense. The crazy Taoist who cheated the children of candied haws at the entrance of the village was actually an immortal, and he flew away on a sword. What kind of joke was this? The sky and earth were changing rapidly. A catastrophe was about to descend outside the vast expanse. Different rumors appeared in many places. A certain mountain was shining brightly, illuminating 3,000 miles. Purple chi was endless, covering the sky and the sun. In a certain ancient well, a golden carp leaped out of the sky. It rode on the clouds and turned into a dragon. The sky and earth were changing, and the environment of the various worlds were also changing rapidly. Ancient myths appeared again. There were living creatures in the void that were gradually approaching the world. There were also worlds buried in the void that were beginning to appear and reflect the current world.